Good morning and welcome to the second day of the North American School of Internet Governance. We want to appreciate the sponsorship of this NASIG event and give thanks to EDP University, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, the Hispanic Educational Technology Services Corporation, Ferraioli, a local law firm, the Institute of Computer Engineers, ICANN, the Institute for Human Development, the Internet Society of Puerto Rico chapter, as well as the Internet Society Foundation, PIR, and the Virtual School of Internet Governance, last but not least, .PR, which is our top-level domain. I want to leave you with Eduardo Diaz, the NASIG chair, for a welcome message.
Welcome, everyone, to our last day of the school. I don't know if you have been traveling with us since 2 days and 1 day and a half ago. Just to wrap up of what things that we have done so far, the first half day, we talk about basic concepts on internet history, structuring ecosystems, multi-stakeholder. And yesterday, we went through other concepts that were more deeper into the internet governance. Today, we continue, and we're going with cyber security things. We're going to talk about building resilient systems. We're going to talk about emerging technologies and natural disasters, and how that impacts the internet governance. Later on, we're going to have we're going to end up today by talking about how you can involve with the Internet Governance Forum, where some of these concepts are debated there, they're discussed. There's no, so you can take this knowledge that you have now, you can research them, find out what you like, and if you have a chance, we're going to tell you how you can get involved with the internet governance. And at the end, we're going to have all of us, and many of us here and locally and remotely. So, we are all experts in different areas in the internet ecosystem, and we're going to be giving you this experience and give you an opportunity to ask us any question. And we're going to finish today with that. So with that in mind, I'm going to introduce Alfredo Calderon to today's presentation, which is cybersecurity, and something else. They have many last names. So, Alfredo.
Thank you, Eduardo. Good morning, buenos dias, good afternoon, good evening to the remote participants and to the audience we have here present with us in the school. Today, we're going to start off the day talking a little bit more about cybersecurity and how that impacts end users. Specifically, the resource, which is Mr. Urayoan Camacho. He will try to give you some details, some statistics of what's happening in the cybersecurity environment. And then he's going to sort of look into some tools, some ideas, and give us his perspective. And he's going to talk a little bit probably about an organization that he belongs to and represents in the area of cybersecurity. Urayoan is here with us, so we'll have him speak on the topic. And I want to remind the remotes and the participants here that if you have any questions, please use the chat tool in Zoom and raise your hand if you want to have audio to express your question to Urayoan. So Urayoan, without any further ado, please come to the podium so that we can start with your presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Well, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity, Alfredo and the Internet Society. My name is Ura Joan Camacho. I'm the president of the Puerto Rico InfraGard chapter. The InfraGard is a nonprofit organization linked to the FBI of the United States. And our mission is to help to protect the national security infrastructure and having communication between the agency and civilians, okay? A little bit of my background, I'm a certified information system auditor from ISACA. I got other certifications such as CSSM, CDPSE, and I got experience in cybersecurity, cyber governance, and related areas with some past experience from the Department of Defense and in private industry as well. Okay, what we're gonna be talking about, to explain cybersecurity and explain actually what is end user trust, which is one of the biggest issues lately, we need to understand several concepts. This is end user trust is not a simple technology. We need to understand several topics such as, for example, the statistics, what is hurting us, okay? Second, also, we need to understand how the bad guys think. So what is hacking? What is the type of hacking and how, at least at the very top level, what is that process? At the same time, if you get hacked, what did you do? What is your incident response? A lot of people may understand that incident response is something that you need 20 anti-hackers and you need to do many other things and you need an army of people. No, really it's more of a process. And then we're gonna be talking about several cybersecurity concepts such as encryption, authentication, multiple factor authentication, DNS technologies, so on and so on. Also, we're going to be explaining about the Mitre ATT-CK framework. Now we're going to be starting talking about what is digital identity, what is a digital certificate, what is PKI. And I know those are some technical subjects, but it's no problem. We're going to do it in a very simple manner. And then after we explain already some of these processes, some of these technologies, we're going to elaborate what is an information system control, okay? After we understand that, then we're going to mention a little bit about certain initiatives of the federal government regarding end user trust and identity and access management. And we're going to, at the end, explain more about in the internet governance or governance level of end user trust and trusted services, what can be some of the challenges or issues? Okay, first of all, statistics. This is a harsh reality and it's getting worse, okay? In this interview, in these statistics, they were from IBM, 83% of the organizations have more than one data breach. 60% of the organizational breaches their cost was passed to their customers. 79% of these organizations did not implement any type of what is called zero trust architecture, which I will explain later on in this presentation. But these last two are ones that really worries me a lot. First of all, 19% were done or were the fault of business partners. And 45% of these breaches were in the cloud. In this presentation, we're gonna be discussing a little bit more about how cloud, there are certain myths about the cloud and cloud security. Now here you will see the average of cyber breach per industry. As you can see, healthcare in 2022 is $10 million. That's a lot of money. Financial, $5.97 million. So what we're talking here is that this is a very costly danger for organizations. Not only that, but if you think that's dangerous, look at the time that takes to identify a data breach and then contain it. We're talking that in 2022, a total of 277 days. That means that you will have hackers or malicious actors over 200 days, 277 days between you identify it and then you contain it. That's a lot of time. How much damage your organization can have. And also when we're gonna talk about ethical hacking here or hacking, you will see how easy it is to extract information, but also how people are using ransomware, which many people are thinking, okay, ransomware, they only want my money. No, it's not only that. There's many cases that they're using ransomware as a way to cover their tracks. After they steal all of your information, after they have put it on the dark web, or they have done many horrible things, then they put you the ransomware. The incident response in your organization may think, oh, this is a ransomware, so there was not data loss here of the company, it's just encrypted. Wrong. Those are things that many organizations, if they don't have their plans well done, they can have a misdiagnostic of their cyber incident. Now, with ransomware, continuing ransomware, with ransomware, breaches took 49 days longer than average to identify and contain. So we're talking now over 300 days, almost a year. Just imagine having almost a year, hackers getting your information or making your organization even more vulnerable. Now, the average cost of data breach for ransomware or destructive attacks, we're talking from $4.35 million up to $5.12 million, an average. Now, that being said, in the US and many other places, the typical amount of money per record, if I recall correctly, was close to $165 up to $250 per record. So if you got a financial institution that has 1 million records, you can make the math very easy, okay? Responding to an incident, and why that number? Because it's not only having the ransomware taken out or just getting back into operations. You got remediations, you got fines, you got a lot of legal issues. You need to not only put your infrastructure, but make sure how you will compensate the victims of that breach. Plus the legal issues that I have to remind again, because definitely is something that impacts your organization. Okay, now we're gonna talk about cyber myth. And this is something that happens in many organizations, okay? And many of my customers, and I mean, everywhere. My firewall, brand X, covers all of my security needs. I got that little magic box that I connected to the network. It has a lot of, it shines, it sends a message, sends me an email. It's done. That covers all my security. My data is encrypted. So everything is fine. The encryption cannot be broken. My patch management handles, a lot of people confuse what is vulnerability management versus patch management. This is, I would say that's one of the biggest issues that I have encountered, okay? Now the following one, I use the cloud. I got cloud providers. They have all of these security certifications. Therefore, They are my certifications, and I can go to the customers and say, hey, I got all of these certifications. No. Cloud providers, then I got a slide here about cloud, okay? They, depending on the type of service and product you buy from your cloud provider, it depends on the inheritance of controls of that provider. Okay, that is something very important because I see customers every single day. Oh, I got my infrastructure in the cloud. I don't worry about it. And guess what? When you check that magic box or that firewall has all the protocols open, any, or when you see that their identity management to enter that cloud is very compromised, and you see many ports. I mean, there are many ways to enter the cloud if you don't take care of the controls that we're going to be disclosing in this presentation. Another myth, my insurance will pay my claims because I got third-party providers and I got an insurance. If you are negligent in your cybersecurity posture, your insurance will not cover you guys. It will simply not cover. As a matter of fact, I know there are certain issues now with cyber breach insurances regarding if the attack is being identified from a foreign state. There are certain issues happening right now regarding that matter that they may not cover if the attack comes from a state, from a foreign nation, okay? Regarding electronic and digital signatures, I think this is one of the biggest confusion I have seen, is that everyone believes that electronic signatures, which we're gonna explain here, are the same as digital signature. I know that in the language, it looks almost similar, but in the implementation of it, it's completely different. It's very different, even though digital signatures with PKI is a type of electronic signature, okay? But at least in the US, there are several regulations that actually differentiates them and their legal implementations as well. Another one that we see a lot is, oh, I got biometrics. I got biometrics to log in. I'm secure. I don't need anything else. Well, guess what? There are many ways to hack biometrics, not only at the technical level, but also the operational level and how that data is managed. If you can get access to biometric templates, you can do a lot of harm as well. And you can even fake a transaction. And when you see at the logs, it will say, no, this person biometrically logged in into this service or this asset, and you were really not that person. And this is one of the latest myths that I'm looking at. They say blockchain equals security. And I'm here to say blockchain is not security. Blockchain is transparency, which is a separate concept. But please, if there is something I want to be able to transmit, be careful with many providers that they are saying blockchain is security. If you implement a blockchain with improper controls or not amount of, there are many issues in blockchain. Obviously, I love the technology. I have to say, I love the technology, but I cannot be responsible enough and say to anyone, no, blockchain is equal security, okay? Transparency and security are not the same thing, even though they work together a lot. Okay, now what hackers do, okay? Now you will see that 5 simple bases. And this is more actually like a common sense, okay? First of all, reconnaissance. What they do, what we do, when I go to a customer, we check everything, the information in the internet. If you do some social engineering, you do more reconnaissance of the type of employees, their profiles. their DNS records. You do every type of reconnaissance information operationally and technologically, okay? Then you do a scanning and enumeration. So you can identify what assets do they have, okay? And which one have priority or have certain vulnerabilities. Then you do, well, if we add a little bit of something called the cyber kill chain, then you do the weaponization, how you take that vulnerability and you make sure that you can have an exploit to use it. But in the weaponization, it's actually I would say this word in Spanish, it's called maña. It's like that reason that how would you do an strategic cyber attack that will have several techniques. So nowadays, it's not like before, there was just a simple virus, do something or not. Now you will use a virus to do a Trojan horse. So you can enter there, then you can we do planting, and then we download other type of malware. And then you can do transversal attacks, you can do denial of service, you can do many other tactics that are explained in the Mitre ATT-CK framework. So once you do that weaponization, you exploit that vulnerability, okay? And you gain access to the system. So once you gain access, you maintain your access for those 277 days, I think it was 204 days. So then you start playing. You start to move, take out the information, do the bad things, and then at the end, you do the covering tracks, okay? So that's why covering your tracks, ransomware can be one of them. But at the same time, covering your tracks might be deleting your logs, okay? There are many ways to do that. Now we're gonna see what is incident response. Now, if I tell you guys, this is something that there's a lot of confusion. Many times organizations believe that incident response is just having a consultant or just having a firewall that sells to you, hey, you're being attacked here, and you can wait, I don't know, 3 months to take care of the incident because it was a medium virus or it was a medium type of alert. No, incident response is something that is embedded in the culture of the organization, okay? It's something that is very important and it must be embedded. But following the same line is, first of all, preparedness. Prepare your organization. Have your war room like you see in the movies when you see all the generals and everyone. You need to do that in your organization. Get your human resources, your physical security, your technical team, your operations team, your management. I mean, you need to have your people prepared and have the elements for handling the incident. Then is identification. Now, how you identify that there is an incident? Is an operational incident? Is a technical incident? Containment. Once you identify the problem, you contain the problem and you eradicate the problem, okay? And after that, you recover your operation and you got the lessons learned. So as you see, it's a sequential type of response, but every organization should do that. And now here, compliance and regulations also have their own mix, okay? There are different ways to do this as well, but logically speaking, this is the baseline or how a basic incident response plan should work. Now, I know encryption is a very technical topic, but I will try to keep it very simple, okay? Here we're gonna talk about what is encryption. I think that many of us know about that, is how we protect information. And we use algorithms so the data can be confidential, can be non-readable under the human eye, but also is coded and is based on using of keys. Like you have a lock and you have a key, you use it, you unlock your lock, you can see the information. If you lock your lock, then it's encrypted, okay? Now, when you see now this, there is something called symmetric encryption, which uses one key. asymmetric encryption, which use 2 keys, and I will explain a little bit more. And another one that is being used, not as popular as symmetric or asymmetric, because it's an encryption type of implementation, is called homomorphic. Homomorphic means that when that data is encrypted, okay, it's already encrypted. Typically, for you to be able to access the data and manage the data, you need to have that data unencrypted, because you have it protected, no machine will read it. You need to decrypt it, read it, encrypt it again, and then put it in your database. Now, with this, homomorphic encryption technically is able to manipulate or manage data at the encrypted form. This is something that is being used for cloud providers and for many other type of situations where the data wants to be encrypted at every time. Nevertheless, the mathematical complexity is different, okay? And it's something that is being worked on in many ways, and many big providers have libraries for it, but it's something that is not at the same level or popular as the other two. Okay, symmetric encryption. Now, this is something that happens a lot. And this is something that also happens on the regulation level, okay, on baselines. Many regulations, they say, okay, you need to have your data encrypted, okay? But if your encryption key here in the symmetric encryption, you got 1 key, and that key is 40 bits encryption, let me tell you, you got a very weak encryption. So if you follow the compliance may say, yeah, my data is encrypted. Yeah, but it's not encrypted very well, okay? Or if your software developers implemented, for example, in symmetric encryption, you got certain configuration areas like initialization vectors, like encryption modes, ECB, CVC. Actually, ECB is considered unsecure in many places. And something called padding. Also, there are different types of encryption, symmetric encryption, block, streaming. I'm mentioning this. I'm not going to enter into the definition or explanation because this will become just an hour explaining this, okay? But I can say that be careful, because many developers just take out of the box things and they start to play with encryption, not taking in consideration some of these variables, and can make your encryption implementation weak. So even though you have a product and you say, yeah, my data is encrypted, it can be a false sense of data security, okay? Now, asymmetric encryption is 2 keys, okay? Now, this is also used for digital signatures, and it's a concept that you have 2 keys. You got 1 key that is private, which is for you only, and you got 1 key that is public, okay? So the public key obviously is for everyone you know. Everyone is public, that's why it's public. The private key, you are the only one holding it. So if a user wants to send me an encrypted message, okay, they will use my public key to encrypt that message and send it to me. And since I am the only one who got the private key, remember, I'm the only one, and I'm using a token or my password, whatever, to hold the key. I am the only one who will be able to decrypt it. Now, I will explain it. For digital signatures, it's all the way around. And I got another slide here, but now that since we're here. When you want to digitally sign something, okay, all of you guys have my public key. If I digitally sign it with my private key, which is mine, no one else has it, then any one of you guys will be able to verify that that document came from me. So PKI can be used for two issues. One, what is called confidentiality, okay, and integrity. Now, I'm going to mention something because these terms of data rest encryption versus field database encryption, there are some things that even with compliance, some people get confused. And it's that data at rest encryption can be your hard drive, your container. So all your hard drive is encrypted. Databases. So all the databases are encrypted as well. But once you enter into the database and it's open, the database internally is unencrypted. So if an attacker gets your system while it's open, then they can have access to your information. Now, there are technologies that go at the field level of the database. So even if the database is open, that specific field is encrypted or fields, okay? So there is a difference between those two terms. And what is data encryption in traffic? What we call SSL, TLS certificate is that data from point to point, how it is protected. It is encrypted at traffic. Now, something that I have seen in many places is that, let's say you have your typical web-based application, and you got the end user connecting to your web server and your web application, okay? And you have a TLS certificate and the data is encrypted. That channel, that tunnel is encrypted. But when I turn back from that application server and I shoot the message to the database, many times it's not encrypted. So and there are ways that you can encrypt that channel from your server to your database server, okay? So there is something that data in traffic, we must be careful and do assessments in our applications, how that channel of encryption and trust is from the web server, application server, and database server, okay? Some of the key points that need to be explained also is key management. As you heard, encryption is a lot of keys, and you have heard the word keys here, here, and there. Key management is very important, how you handle those keys, okay? How you protect them, how they are exchanged. And there are regulations for it, and there are many formats, and there's something called hardware security modules, which is hardware devices specifically for cryptography and the implementation of secure computing. Key enveloping. Okay, one thing I forgot to mention, one big difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption is that symmetric algorithms are fast and they can encrypt a bunch of data. PKI encryption has a limit because the computational power is limited as well. Okay, I think it's 818, 820 characters. And so what is called key enveloping is that you take, let's say you have a 1 gigabyte file. You encrypt it with a symmetric algorithm, let's say AES using CBC mode. And that key that you use to encrypt the gigabyte file with a symmetric algorithm, that key, you put it like an envelope inside the key of a public-private key infrastructure, the two keys algorithm. So you are protecting a 256-bit key with a 2048 PKI, okay? That's what is called key enveloping. Now for cryptography, as we all know, quantum computing is a risk. Quantum computing is changing the game on encryption, okay? Now, there are certain related risks regarding quantum computing. It's publicly known how fast they could break traditional symmetric algorithms. Nevertheless, and even asymmetric, nevertheless, there is something called quantum resilience. And for quantum resilience means that there are certain algorithms, implementations that can support or withhold an attack of quantum cryptography. There's something called also quantum key distribution. Okay, this is something very important because this is the future. Now, right now, the National Security Agency of the United States, they have been evaluating certain technologies. There are certain algorithms that they already passed quantum resiliency. Nevertheless, some of these algorithms, you need to check, to go deep into them because some of them got breached. I believe, I don't know the exact name of which one. I know that one of those algorithms was able to pass the quantum, but then other regular encryption attacks, they were vulnerable. But quantum resilience is something to, oh, thank you very much. Okay. So right now, that is something that is happening, and the quantum key distribution is something that how do you use quantum mechanics to actually transfer quantum keys or transfer keys into the stream. Okay, what is authentication? This is something very simple. Is what do I have? A token, a smart card. What do I know? A password, a PIN code, and who I am. Biometrics, digital signatures, okay? If you have 2 out of these 3, you are okay. That's what is called multi-factor authentication. Nevertheless, there are many ways, not because it's multi-factor authentication, it's fully secure, depending how you implement this. Now, cloud. For cloud, there's a lot of confusion. A lot of users believe that, like I mentioned before, that just because having cloud, it means that they're secure. That's not right. There are 3 major types of deployments. One is infrastructure as a service, second, platform as a service, and software as a service. Each one of them have certain risk, okay? But infrastructure as a service, technically, you use the server, you use everything, and examples are Amazon Web Service, Azure, things like that. Platform as a service are usually more used by developers, so they can deploy and they can do software development faster, okay? Example, Heroku, Red Hat, OpenShift, AWS, Lambda. And software as a service is typically a provider that gives you everything turnkey, so the user is the one who enters and just uses the application. Okay, here, very simple. What is antivirus versus endpoint detect and response? Typical antiviruses were based on signatures. Nowadays, EDRs are more complex. They have artificial intelligence, heuristic scans, behavioral analysis. So nowadays, it's an EDR what you really need, okay? This is an example of a simple EDR. If you can see, it tells you, hey, this malware, we got some suspicious activity. We got, oh, thank you. This malware has a firewall add rule. It deleted a rule. It changed the host file and disabled a scripting engine. And then in the right side, you see in the framework, what is the impact, the defensive action, execution, okay? Now that Mitre also is something used by hackers, and to anyone in cybersecurity, it specifies all the type of tactics that hackers do. Now we explained this before, which is a public-private key infrastructure. Here we see how it's used for digital signatures. Now, one very important thing, since we explained already multiple factor authentication, each time that you will use your private key, you can use multiple factor authentication. That's why you can use your smart card and your PIN code, or your smart card and your fingerprint, or your password and your biometrics. Digital certificate, remember when we talk about the public keys that I give to everyone? Digital certificates are a way to distribute these public keys, okay? And these digital certificates are brought by, or are given by, a certification authority. Now, a certification authority, you got public trust, which is highly regulated, and you can see certification authorities that they make sure that your information is right. So this digital certificate is digitally signed by the certification authority saying, hey, I validated this user and I'm providing him a digital certificate with my seal on it. Okay, so this way I make sure that this information is correct. Difference between electronic signatures and digital signatures like certificates. Electronic signatures can be anything. Electronic signatures can be just a symbol or a scan of your own signature. It can be a simple click in a machine, okay? And it only guarantees the intention of digitally signing a document. Electronic signature by itself does not guarantee the identity of the user. Digital signature with digital certificates could, since it's a cryptographic implementation and it has validation, it can be used for signing documents, for authentication, transactional non-repudiation, physical access, logical access controls, okay? Something very important in the United States, the electronic signature law specifies that it's valid for 2 or more users. If it's 1 user, it's digital certificates, it's digital signatures, okay? And for a secure electronic signature, if you want 2 or more, it's recommended that each user has a digital signature with second factor authentication. Now, what is a DNS? Technically is just, to make it very simple, how we transfer the name .com into an IP address, okay? Now, there's a lot of complexity behind that. And that's another presentation by itself, and there's a lot of governance issues over there. Now, something that I have seen that I try to mention to a lot of my customers is you need to put DNS security, because you need to make sure that that server, those zones are digitally signed. Now that you understand what is a certificate, okay, these certificates are put into the domains, okay? So we make sure that that came from that specific domain, that is a trustworthy place, it's not a hacker. Here we got an example of a DNS attack, DNS poisoning. I got my DNS server, bad guy injects a fake DNS entry. So when the user comes in, they go to the wrong website for a phishing attack. This is not rocket science, it's very simple, okay? For email security, what is DMARC? What is SPF and DKIM? Very simple. SPF and DKIM are mechanisms that guarantee that are DNS records that mention, okay, this server, this IP address is authorized to send emails from my organization, from my domain. And DKIM provides more identity because it's digitally signed by the server, okay? I have cases that we have saved hundreds of thousands to our customers because we were able to show in their digital forensics cases that their emails came from a secure source, or that the compromise was from the actual customer, okay? And DMARC is, it uses SPF and DKIM, so they can configure and say, okay, what you gonna do when this email that is sent to you is not validated by SPF or DKIM. You wanna quarantine it, you wanna inspect it, the DMARC gives you that capability. And obviously it can help a lot in your security. Now, what is the DNS CIA record? Is a DNS certification authority authorization. Remember when I mentioned about the digital signatures and servers? Here, the DNS, when you have a certification authority, you can configure, hey, this certification authority is authorized to give me a certificate, okay? That's another way of filter. Now here, information security controls, very simple. Physical, technical, administrative. And then you have control functions, preventive, detective, and corrective. All the complexity of information security controls are in this square. Okay. This is the NIST families of controls of the US federal government. Okay, this is how the government first passed FISMA in 2002. Then we got the NIST special publication and controls. Then they put FedRAMP, which is a Federal Risk Authorization Management Program. This is how the federal government works, their frameworks. Then we got also the NIST cybersecurity framework. Now on this one, I like it very much because it has a very good mapping with other recognized controls such as CIS, HIPAA, you name it. And it's the same cycle: prepare, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Now, this is a process, identity and access management, that is done by the federal government. This is an initiative to increase trust, okay? Is identity management, how the agency collects, verifies, and manages the attributes. The credential management is how an organization issues the credentials and manage them. And then the access management, how the agency authenticates that enterprise level. And then you got the issues of governance and federation. A more easy way to see is the identity management has a configuration phase and an operation phase. This is not only the technology, like I mentioned before, it has to be an operational synchronization. This is something we did in Puerto Rico with FEMA and the Department of Public Safety, in which we implemented the ICAMs for 200 agents. Since after Hurricane Maria, there was an issue identifying assets in the areas of disaster. Okay, another initiative is Zero Trust, okay? Zero Trust is, I would say, is a very powerful architecture, but it's an architecture that needs operational support as well. I have seen many providers selling Zero Trust like it is a magic bell. No, your organization needs to have your steps, your assessments, and your risk management very well organized to implement Zero Trust accordingly, okay? And Zero Trust is based that the user needs to be re-authenticated, the assets and everyone in the network needs to be constantly authenticated to guarantee the trust. Zero Trust assumes that there are no traditional network edge. Networks can be local in the cloud or a hybrid cloud. And if you see in the cycle has assessments, policy development, deployment, and operations. This is an example of how you implement Zero Trust in the enterprise. And the benefits of Zero Trust: improve visibility, reduce risk, containment, experience, bring your own devices. You got single sign-ons, the user experience, the cloud compatibility, and reduce complexity. Now, some of the issues for governance at a global level are government and international compliance. Obviously, markets. There are different regulations on markets. Each government, each state can have different regulations. Privacy elements versus security elements. I mean, privacy is not equal security. There are many, they are joint, but they are different, okay? Compliance and regulation mapping. There are certain regulations in the European Union, several in Asia, even Africa continent. I mean, there are many different compliance regulations, and good mapping of these processes, even across industries, is very necessary. Incident response and collaborative support. Now, when we talk about international trading and geopolitics, it's very important because a government can say, hey, I will not accept equipment from this country for security reasons, okay? And that has a direct impact into your supply chain, into the implementation of your national security policies, into your commercial trading and commercial policies. And those are very important things that are happening right now internationally, okay? Artificial intelligence rose a big importance into this, and quantum technology and the Internet of Things. These are very important. Why? Because the world is changing, but also the operations and governance, has to be a lot of collaboration, understanding of how is the market and how the international world in technologies are dealing with this. I have to say that it is a very interesting road where we're going now in the future, but it's something that if we all work together, I believe that it can be done. This is how I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you, Urajuan, for your presentation. It's very interesting, and it raises a lot of questions for me. This is Alfredo Calderon from here from the island, from Puerto Rico. From the end user perspective, what tools do we have when we navigate through the internet using several browsers to identify that the destination or the site we're visiting is secure? If they protect our privacy and the information we're sharing? That's my first question. My second question has to deal with, I usually use password protected documents to share with clients or other people. Is that considered encryption? And what is the level of protection that I have when I use that? Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Very good questions. Well, first of all, when you navigate in the internet, there's something called for web pages, okay? Digital certificates, like we mentioned. And this is applied to the website or the owner of that domain. So typically in the browsers on the top, when you see the green lock, okay? But it's very important to check that green lock, okay, it matches the domain name and it matches the organization that you want to do the transaction. Because there's some attackers that can have SSL or they have this certificate with fake domains that you think are the same, but they aren't. Okay, so it's very important to check on that. Secondly, there are other ways to look for the trust level on the web pages. There are certain security solutions that can give you a risk point-based risk. Say, hey, this site is trusted, this site is not that much trusted, okay? Now for the encryption component, there are certain levels of encryption for documents. I mean, password protected files, they do indeed, they are considered encrypted. I mean, they are encrypted, but the way how you manage that key for how that password you protect it, so the other person will receive it and decrypt that message. And then we enter about key management, we enter about the implementation of the encryption of that file, all of the other concerns. Okay, that's it. That's it? Okay, perfect. Wow.
Thank you very much, Urayoan. For our next session, we're going to take a very quick break while we set up the Zoom channel. So we will be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. Thank you. Yo presento, yo presento a Javier y Javier facilita. Welcome back to the second session of today. We have interesting times lately where climate change and extreme weather events change our day-to-day. So with the advent of these emerging technologies, we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure that we build resilient infrastructure that allows for operational continuity as it relates to the internet, and how do we create those policies to maintain open and globally connected, secure, and reliable internet for all? To address these issues, we have a very interesting panel today. We have Mr. Shernon Osepa, ISAC Director for Caribbean Affairs and Development. We have Jose Luis Rodriguez from the Caribbean Preparedness and Response. And together with Javier Rua, who's a Chief Policy Officer at CESA, the Solar Energy Storage Association of Puerto Rico, we're going to be addressing this in a panel. So Javier, if you can please come over, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Ernie. Thank you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. What a treat to be here. What an honor to be here at NASIG, which was founded in Puerto Rico, has gone around the world, and now is back in our hometown here in San Juan, Puerto Rico. As Ernie mentioned, I'm Javier Rua Jovet. I'm Chief Policy Officer for CESA. CESA is the Solar and Energy Storage Association of Puerto Rico. I'm focused really on resilient energy policy and particularly solar, which is photovoltaics, and storage, which is batteries. But I have a past and a life in internet governance. I'm a former counselor at ALAC. You might have heard in some of your courses here about ICANN and the communities within ICANN. ALAC is the community of end users. We are all internet end users. And I'm also currently, I'm now currently a counselor at the CCNSO, which is, as you know, the community within ICANN that houses the national domain names, the country codes, Puerto Ricos.pr, who's also always a sponsor and super effective stakeholder to get these meetings done, and always a sponsor of NASIG. We have an incredible panel today, two old friends that I've known independently for years, but I've never spoken to them together. On one hand, Shernon Osepa. Shernon Osepa is a hemispheric leader, a Caribbean leader that has been involved in ICANN and also now in Internet Society, has been deeply involved with our regional issues, the small island independent states narrative and problematique and issues, which of course includes dealing with extreme weather events that are getting worse and worse with climate change, and has been a voice in this narrative for a more resilient and survivable internet within Internet Society for years now. It's a protagonist there. Hi, Shernon, great to see you. And also Jose Luis Rodriguez. Jose Luis Rodriguez, I know from my past. I've been a public official most of my life. I was at one point chairman of the Puerto Rico Telecommunications Regulatory Board, and of which we have within our audience here today the current chairman, Navas. And the And when I was chairman of that agency, I met Jose Luis. He's been a protagonist also as a trailblazer in telecommunications and in telecommunications as we refer to them here, and also television, a trailblazer in television, a trailblazer in ICT policy and multi-stakeholder engagement, locally and federally, getting people together to get right policies and land them for the good of the people. So welcome both.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to just say
Thanks, have a great
quickly
day.
something. Shernan, go ahead, and then we go to Jose Luis really quickly.
Yes, and thank you very much, Javier. Thanks for the invitation. It's always a pleasure, honor to be here. And I'm looking forward for us to have this discussion.
Jose Luis.
Javier, thank you very much to have this opportunity, not only to collaborate with you, but to collaborate with NASIG. I'm very excited about this conference and what is going on in Puerto Rico in this area. It's very exciting days. Thank you.
You always know what's going on. So it's again, so true honor. So maybe we can start with Shernan. Shernan, as I mentioned, has been deeply involved in this hemispheric conversations and regional conversations. Take it, Shernan.
Yes,
You have some slides, I believe.
yes, let me share a few slides. Yes, see where it is. Okay, I think you can see my slides, right?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us, for inviting me at this event. Most of the times when we are dealing with internet governance discussions, we are not talking much about natural disaster mitigation. So that is why I would like to congratulate you guys for raising awareness on this topic, because it's still a very relevant topic that we are dealing with. If we look at normally at the internet governance discussions that we have, most of the times we are talking about the infrastructure, we are talking about security, legal, economic, social, cultural, development, human rights. So these are the topics that normally we discuss when we are having internet governance forums. But as the name suggests, internet governance, you cannot have internet if you don't have a telecommunication infrastructure. Most of the times we forget that. In order for us to have an internet, we need to have a telecommunication infrastructure in place. So that is why it's important for us to focus on the internet. Presently, we do have like a bit more than 5 billion people connected to the internet. Still 37% is not connected. But what will happen if, while we are promoting for more people to get connected to the internet, there is a thing called natural disasters that can destroy everything in just a couple of seconds. And it's like we are mopping with an open tap. That's not something that we want. So that is why natural disaster mitigation is very, very important and relevant for us to discuss. So, and I do hope that this picture don't bring back all the emotions that we have had in Puerto Rico. This is a picture from Puerto Rico. We know that natural disasters can have a big social impact on the community. And again, these are pictures from Puerto Rico, so I'm not going to focus much on these because I don't want to bring back all these emotions from a couple of months ago. But we need to focus and to mention this. We cannot only continue to talk about internet, because if we don't have all the infrastructure, all the telecommunications and internet infrastructure in place, we cannot have internet governance and internet neither. This is another picture also from Puerto Rico. And I would like you to take good notice of the infrastructure that you're seeing in the background, because later on I'll be focusing a bit on it. So you see all these wires, you see the electric grid, you see a transformer there, so it's electric grid. You see a pole there in the background with some antennas mounted on it, and you see also the telecommunication infrastructure with all those cables. So again, natural disasters, they have a big social impact on the country. Just imagine what would happen with all these broken houses. People don't have places to go. I mean, you guys know it better than me as you have gone through all these experiences there in Puerto Rico. But in addition to social impact, it also has what we call economic impact. And I'm quoting here the former president of the World Bank Group, Jim Yong Kim, and he said, the impact of extreme natural disasters is equivalent to a global 520 billion US dollars in annual consumption and forces some 26 million people into poverty each year. He continues, storms, floods, and droughts have dire human and economic consequences, with poor people often paying the heaviest price. Building resilience to disasters not only makes economic sense, it is a moral imperative. So end quote, former President World Bank, Jim Yong Kim. So we need to do something about it. And again, thanks very much for raising awareness on this topic during this Internet Governance Forum. So what can be done? And again, I'm using here a picture from Puerto Rico. Those of you who do not speak Spanish, salida means exit. So what can be done? What is the exit to this? What should we do? So that is why I'm using this picture, salida. What is there a salida? Is there a way out of what we are seeing with all these natural disasters? And I think there is, but we need to look at it in a very holistic way. And I'm going to give here some recommendations that I think we can use in order for us to deal with this matter in a structural way. First of all, we can focus on what we call a disaster risk analysis per country. Each country, region, they are different. You may have countries that are much more prone to natural disasters, so you would not invest much in very robust infrastructure because that would be like waste of capital. But if you are in a more vulnerable environment and we can get all these data looking back, let's say 50 or even 100 years back, and then we can see how vulnerable is that particular country to natural disaster. And then based on that, you can develop strategies for your particular country or even region. So once we know how vulnerable your particular country is to natural disaster, we can look at the telecommunication, we can start looking at the telecommunication infrastructure. Again, you cannot have internet if you don't have telecommunication infrastructure, be it wired, wireless, satellite communication, doesn't matter. You need to have a telecommunication infrastructure in place prior to provide internet services. So that is why we need to look at a telecommunication infrastructure. For example, the slide I showed a while ago, let me just go back to it. If you see all these, let's see, cables, subsea cables, all these cables hanging on the poles, in reality,
they are almost subsea in that picture with the radar.
Yes, of course, yes. But in reality, you are asking if you design a network like this, and sorry to mention this because I need to be transparent and open in what I'm saying, it's like you're asking for trouble. Because when a natural disaster strikes in your particular country, you can be assured that this will bring trouble if you are in a vulnerable environment. If you look even in the background, you see all these antennas still mounted on these on that pole. And what I've seen, for example, in the Caribbean, you may have some telecommunications operators. They use very, let's say, cheap towers. Each tower is designed to withstand a given wind strength. For example, I have seen, I'm not going to mention any particular country right now, but I've seen, for example, in a given country, where they did get, for example, hurricane category number 5, they were using towers category number 2. So it's like you know what is going to happen when that hurricane strike in your country. So again, we need to focus on the telecommunication infrastructure based on the risk analysis in your country and make these infrastructure more robust. And then we can move on with the internet infrastructure. Here also we can take some measures. For example, we can focus on the root servers. As you may know, the internet, it has 13 organizations that are dealing with all these global root servers. So it's not that we have 13 root servers, we have 13 organizations and they are dealing with these root servers. So you can make these, install copies of these root servers closer to your country or in your particular country. So by doing that, you make the internet much more resilient, because on each of these copies, you will find the exact information that is on the internet. So if you can have these servers locally or regionally hosted, then by doing that, you can make the internet much more resilient. Another aspect of the internet infrastructure is what we call the internet exchange points. And by deploying internet exchange points, we can keep, let's say, the traffic local. So if a traffic is meant to be in Puerto Rico, you can have internet exchange point in Puerto Rico. So that particular traffic can stay in Puerto Rico and doesn't have to go all the way to Miami or to New York and then come back to the islands. And also here, for example, in 2009, I did experience that myself personally. Back then, with the hurricane in Haiti in 2009, I was in Haiti back then. And we have seen that when the hurricane struck Haiti, people were still able, the locals, they were still able to continue to communicate through the IXP in Haiti for a while until everything collapsed. But that time was enough for them to have significant communications, to seek for help, and also to coordinate with others who through them could communicate with others in foreign assistance. So one aspect that we have seen with internet exchange points, it's not only that they reduce latency and give you a much better local internet experience, they can also contribute when we have, let's say, natural disasters. And then another aspect that we need to focus on it is what we call alternative emergency systems. Here we can think about, for example, short wave radio communications. And I'm talking now a bit more about the Caribbean, given that we are a smaller jurisdiction. When you have a short wave radio communication, you can communicate over longer distances. So you can, maybe if you are in San Martin, for example, you can even talk to people all the way to Barbados or Trinidad. So it depends, you know. So it's something that we need to focus on. Also, we have seen that satellite communications, it also is one alternative that we should be thinking about when we are looking at a holistic approach of natural disasters. We had, for example, the GEOs, they go all the way to 36,000 kilometers about the Earth. But during the last years, and I'm not going to make propaganda or promote any particular organization, but we have seen also the LEOs, and there is one very famous person in the US with his LEOs alternatives. LEOs, that they are a bit lower. They are about, LEO stands for low Earth orbit satellites, and you may have them somewhere between 500 to 2,000 kilometers. So they too can provide, let's say, connectivity during natural disaster. And not only during natural disaster, they can also provide connectivity. I mean, if you would like to have those. And another topic or area that we need to focus on, especially in vulnerable areas, and I think, Javier, you will be glad about to hear this, is the electric grid and water supply. Let me first focus on the electric grid. Whenever you have natural disasters, most of the times the electric grid is destroyed, you know, and especially if you have all these cables hanging above the ground, most of them will be destroyed. So you will have that particular country is disconnected to electricity. So what about, we do have a lot of sun in the Caribbean. What about if you would have what we call renewable energy, solar panels, mounted, let's say, on our homes or whatever, and then we can use that energy. As you may know, with electrical power, you need to use it. So you cannot just make it and don't use it. But when you have that electrical power, you can also store it in storage, new devices that we are seeing nowadays. So that's something that we need to think about. Just a holistic way. We know that the electric grid, they will get themselves into trouble, and especially it depends how the grid is designed. We need to find ways how to defend ourselves, and the electric how do you call it, solar panels, and these can give a good alternative. That's the same with water supply as well. You can focus on ways how you, during natural disaster, can still continue to get access to potable water. So another aspect that we need to look at when we are designing or looking at a very holistic natural disaster approach is coordination, let's say, between national and regional disaster themes. In the Caribbean, for example, and I'm focusing a bit more to CARICOM, we have like an organization called CEDEMA. It stands for Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Authority. So they have been very instrumental in helping, especially CARICOM states to go through natural disaster. They coordinate with organizations such as CANTO, where they provide, let's say, technical assistance for people to come and to help to rebuild all these telecommunications infrastructures. But again, it depends where you are. In our particular region, Caribbean, and I know there are some from the US, given that Puerto Rico is US territory. You may have also other entities in the US that can coordinate that support. One challenge that we have seen during natural disaster is also what we call the support and funding mechanism. People would like to help, they would like to assist, but they don't know how to do that. And I think especially NGOs can play a significant role in that regard, not non-governmental organizations, because most of the times they already have the structures how to assist people, to assist the civil society. So we can collaborate with them in order for in a structural way to get the funds that are necessary for us to rebuild the country. And finally, collaboration is very important. And here we can think about government, the business community, operators, telecoms operators, IXPs, and so on, and also the civil society. So some recommendations: government should develop policies in their respective jurisdiction. As I did mention before, we can look at how vulnerable your particular country is, and then based on that, you can design a whole strategy for your country to deal with natural disasters. The private sector, also very important, because remember, we are talking about internet governance here, but if you don't have the operators, the telecoms operators, you don't have telecoms neither. So they should focus on how can we ensure that they have robust and resilient telecommunication and internet infrastructure. And then you may have the national coordination entities that can give a contribution in that regard, and not to forget the civil society that should be informed, especially regarding when a disaster is, a natural disaster is approaching that particular country or region. So natural disasters are not going away. So we can expect them, especially given the climate change challenges that we are seeing nowadays. We can expect them to become even bigger and bigger during the coming years. So we need to do something about this. And what can be done is, let's focus on how can we build more resilient infrastructure, as I did mention before, using that guideline. And by doing that, we can be assured that we can focus on open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet for everyone. So that's basically what I would like to share with you. And then after this, we can have a more in-depth discussion if that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Extraordinary. I'd like to make some comments about your presentation before we jump to Jose Luis's presentation. Thanks for calling out specifically the infrastructure challenges. As you mentioned, climate change fueled hurricanes hit the telecoms infrastructure. But as we all know that telecoms infrastructure was hit, but what really stopped telecoms and internet from happening was the basic lack of power. The basic lack of power that our society had after the hurricane. And one thing that I always say is that, the internet was born resilient in the sense that it was born as a distributed resource. The internet is a system that's born to survive nuclear war. It's born to survive, if part of its infrastructure it'll keep going, because it's a web of interconnected infrastructures. And the energy system, our energy systems are 19th century centralized systems that are, you hit one part of it and everything fails. And that's what happened in Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, you had a hit to one part of the system. It was a island-wide blackout, and for some people, a year-long blackout. And the internet has a lot to teach energy. And as I was presented, I'm right now, I've made a transition in my life from telecoms policy and internet policy to energy policy. And one of the big things that's happening, and you mentioned it, Sherman, is the need for more distributed energy sources. When you mentioned solar and batteries, that's precisely that. It's the opposite of centralized 19th century paradigms. It's systems that are local. We're talking about nanogrids, microgrids. They kind of look like the internet. And that's why they are survivable, because you can hit one part of the system and everything else keeps going. During Hurricane Maria, there were 0 batteries deployed in Puerto Rico. There were some people with panels, but those panels do nothing when there's no grid. There were 0 batteries before Maria. Now it's almost 65,000 batteries. So for those 65,000 families, there was no blackout, and Puerto Rico is moving in that direction. So definitely, I say that distributed paradigms, whether in internet, whether in energy, and almost in every human endeavor, they are more survivable than centralized. It's just the adage of don't put all your eggs in one basket. That is true even in financial operations. Though you don't want to, for those that have money to invest, I don't, but people invest in different stocks or genetic diversity. You want populations of animals and plants that have genetic diversity. Because if they don't have genetic diversity, one disease will wipe them all out. So diversity, diversification, distribution are the ways to survive and to go forward. And the internet was born in this way, but it still has some challenges, and energy is one of them. And I think we're on the path, at least in the thought path in Puerto Rico, we're moving towards a more distributed paradigm that would make the internet even more survivable. And with that said, Jose Luis has been a pioneer, as I mentioned, in television and telecommunications, and also in multi-stakeholder engagement on policy. And now he's deeply involved also for some time now in this discussion of critical disaster recovery and preparedness. And I like your presentation, Jose Luis, and then we can reflect about both. But I'm sure it's going to be very, very important. Go ahead, Jose Luis.
Okay, thank you very much, Javier. And thank you, Shannon, for sharing your views with us. Today, I am going to try to make a brief presentation and focusing on two areas. One, the resilient to inject, how do we accomplish it, and what are the factors to achieve it? And then I'll try to present our own work here in Puerto Rico and in the US as to how we try to address those issues. First of all, the resiliency is an issue that pertains all of us. By the way, this part of the presentation, I was not able to put it up, so I will have to describe it vividly. It involves all of us. It involves the education sector, everyone in the education sector, the health sector, everyone in the health sector, e-government, the whole government, business, the whole businesses. So that's incumbent upon us. These entities have to learn how to incorporate resiliency strategically in their plans. That must be something that has to be done. The second aspect of the resiliency we call technology. I think both Javier and Sherton have addressed this issue, and I don't want to go over it. And technology is here. Technology is everywhere nowadays. So that's not an issue. How do we get it to where it needs to be is something else. The third point aspect is how the stakeholders work together, collaborate, and work together to come and use all this knowledge that we have to be able to achieve resiliency. The fourth area, which is in fact the most important one, is for this purpose in this conference, is internet governance. In fact, this is an area where unfortunately we lag behind. And the governments are sort of the last ones to come to the party, so to speak. And it is very important that we make sure that governments at the global, regional, and local level get involved and really address the issues pertaining to their areas. We have some examples, some best practices that some organizations that I invite for you to look at. And the ITU has a lot of information as to how local governments could use best practices to really create systems in their countries that will respond to the need and make use of the resources that are available to them. So there are some challenges here that must be addressed in anywhere, in developed countries, in underdeveloped countries throughout the region, and that is financial availability. That's critical. That's a major challenge that we have. As I said before, there's technology. In fact, there are stakeholders that are interested in doing something, but if the resources, financial resources are not there, then it is difficult. And the second most important challenge, and again, we come about to governance, specifically governments. Governments needs to get more involved in this area. One of the things that going to the Puerto Rico case, and I wanted to show a little bit of a presentation I have here. Hold on a second. Let's see. How do I share this with you? One of the you know, as I look for the presentation here, one of the things that we have been doing in Puerto Rico, I am a board member of an organization called Caribbean Preparedness and Response. And Caribbean Preparedness and Response is an organization that a not-for-profit that after Hurricane Maria, we realized that communications was really, if not, it was one of the most important aspects or contributing factor to the difficulty that Puerto Rico had. And this group of some of them academics, other practitioners, decided to get together to try to address by looking at broadband as a means to achieve what we understood that the hurricane demonstrated, and that was that there was a need to have digital inclusion from a number of sectors or members of the Puerto Rican society. We felt that as we address the technology, we have to address digital inclusion, because if we don't do it, the areas that are more affected really are the areas that are, unfortunately, have the largest challenges. If we barrios, that's where we have a lot of difficulty, as it was mentioned by Javier and Shannon, with the electrical infrastructure. In Puerto Rico, that really was the main reason why a lot of the communication systems fail. And in fact, if we look at the latest hurricane, Fiona, and we look at what happened in these areas, that in spite of all the investment and the good work that the telecom sector is doing, there were big challenges in those areas. You know, we know that a city like Ponce had some challenges. Mayors in some towns took days before they could connect even through cell phone. In Fiona, a couple of weeks ago, had this difficulty. So we, hold on a second. I'm trying to get my presentation up here, and let me see if I can share it with you. Okay, sure. Okay. I'm sharing the screen here.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hold on a second. Yes, and we at CPR, as you know, as it is. CPR, as I mentioned before, is a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to deal with telecommunications and communications. And we are a member of N50, which is an international organization that is dealing with the worldwide with every sector, trying to reach the next 50% of the world population, of the global population, to have not only access infrastructure, but also to make use, effective use of these digital services that are available. And they invited CPR to be involved, and hopefully very soon they might be, we're looking at some projects in Puerto Rico that we can do together. Interestingly enough, they not only deal with in Asia, in Africa, Ukraine, but also even in the United States, in the southern part of the United States, N50 projects. CPR have developed a service platform that we call a virtual education nurturing and growth application platform that addresses different areas. And one of the things we learned from Puerto Rico, and I think is very important that other people out there also take a look at this, because when we deal with emergency, everybody, in fact, there's a whole industry, they call the disaster industry, whatever you call it, that come into play. And unfortunately, and good things are done. But then a couple of months or years pass by, everybody forgets. And all that infrastructure that was put in place is forgotten. And then there's a need to rethink and redo those things that were done before effectively. Well, one of the strategies that we use at CPR is how we build centers, digital centers that will operate not only when there is an emergency with the appropriate infrastructure, the appropriate connectivity, and as Sergio mentioned, you know, all those potential connectivities, satellite being really, we focus a lot on satellite because satellites have demonstrated globally that it is the most resilient communication strategy, at least for the first 4 or 5 months. And in Puerto Rico, in some areas, it was even longer. And so we decided that the only way that we can continue giving focus to disaster preparedness was by the development of these centers, and not only the physical infrastructure, but having a series of programs that could take place when there was no emergency, like the ones that I pointed out here, and then they could switch immediately to an emergency mode when there was an emergency, especially after a disaster. One of the other very important components or areas that we are addressing here is that we feel that a number of sectors need to be part of this emergency planning and response. And we have outlined here 3 main ones: the government, enterprise, and community. And we are looking, something that I want to say that is very important in terms of addressing policy and looking at how people participate. Have you noticed here, we have everyone here participating. We want to see everybody have input on all these sectors. And it's important that we see people and those who are going to be affected not as victims, but also they should be seen as potential first responders. And in order to do that, you need to prepare them. The government has to be a partner in this effort to make sure that we change the paradigm so that now we're looking at the whole community to participate in this effort and also be, as I said, first responders. One very important component that our organization is looking at, and I think Sheridan pointed to at some point to it about when he said about foreign assistance. Well, one very important thing that happened during the last Haiti disaster, it was that the diaspora, the Haitians outside Haiti, became a major component in trying to recover, to make sure that Haiti recovered. First, financially, and even with technology. So the one thing that in Puerto Rico we witnessed was the involvement of the diaspora in helping Puerto Rico to mitigate, not only mitigate, but really recover. And New York State was very, very instrumental, and the state of Connecticut in this effort. So our organization has open activity offices in those states because we believe that there has to be some coordination between those centers in those states and those centers in Puerto Rico to make sure that the needs are communicated in real time and that we don't waste resources. That resources that are coming to help in the island are resources that are needed. Again, internet is at the heart of this. There has to be that connectivity. So I'm not mentioning internet, but it's really, that's a facilitator, that's a common glue, so to speak, for all these efforts. So this is, again, an aspect of what we are doing. And the other thing is, as I mentioned, we believe that this connection will give us also an opportunity to provide timely assistance and also for the diaspora to help in real time. In Puerto Rico, we have another issue that really is maybe unique to Puerto Rico, and that is we have a surge in migration as a result of these catastrophes. And there is another aspect to this migration that is never talked about, but have been studied by some of the universities and some of the states where a lot of Puerto Ricans reside in the United States. And that is the impact of, let's say, like a small town in Massachusetts, Mount Holyoke, 1,500 families came all of a sudden. It's almost like a refugee type of situation. It is. So in these places where people had to migrate, the same conditions almost that you find in refugee camps. We don't have camps, but people went to hotels and different places, and perhaps there were better resources, but still there were a lot of challenge for those individuals. And those individuals still had the need to maintain connection with Puerto Rico, especially school records. We have some kids in some of the states that it took more than a year to get the record, and putting them behind in their educational effort. I mean, in Puerto Rico, they were behind because the infrastructure, the schools were there. But even those that migrated also suffered the consequences. So that's why we believe that the government of Puerto Rico must incorporate in their planning also what is that relationship with the diaspora that sometimes is not a one-way migration, but it's a circular migration. So Again, it's important to include digital inclusion. It's important that we make resiliency the most important component, strategic in planning for disasters in any state, and including in Puerto Rico. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present here today. And if there's any questions later on, I will be gladly answer them.
Thank you, Jose Luis, extraordinary. And before we jump into questions, we have a little bit of time. It's running out, but just a reflection from me. You both mentioned, and we are NASIG. We're the North American School of Internet Governance. You mentioned internet governance, both of you, of course, and involvement by governments. But as you know, a critical part of the multi-stakeholder governance is, you also mentioned it, is the community. And I don't want to, take this time here to lose the opportunity to mention that some of us within the ICANN community, including Glenn, who's here, Glenn McKnight, and others, Raul Plummer, Farias Fandari, we're thinking about this and trying to engage with ICANN.org on, what is the green internet? What is the green and resilient internet? What is ICANN doing in this front? What is ICANN doing with its servers? Are these servers truly resilient? And if they are they resilient with clean energy, or are they resilient with fossil fuels? We're also thinking about, the broader conversation, which is the causes of this this situation, this new paradigm of stronger and stronger, natural disasters and weather events fueled by climate change. So what is ICANN doing, if in anything, about the carbon footprint of the whole organization? The carbon footprint of us as volunteers, of ICANN.org, of planes zipping around all over the world every 4 months. We all love to travel, but it has a cost. And so we're trying to engage to see where ICANN is, ICANN.org is in this conversation. And that's critical. The other thing that I want to mention before questions is, again, you both, of course, we're focused on the internet, and as I mentioned, the internet has a lot to teach a lot of other human endeavors, and I mentioned, of course, energy, and right now we're moving into a second stage, starting to start a second stage of distributed generation thinking, and it's the virtual power plant narrative. And it's something that there was just a contract signed in Puerto Rico yesterday. This is going to be deployed in 2024. But all these batteries that are being deployed out there, they are born out of the factory to connect to the internet. And these batteries can behave as individual batteries or as aggregated batteries. And when you aggregate 65,000 batteries, you have a 600 megawatt power plant at the disposal of society. That is permitless, like the internet is. It grows organically, like the internet, and it's a resource that will change, and it's changing the world like the internet. And then you take another step with electric vehicles, which are just batteries on wheels, with these same capabilities. You have economies of scale, and you can start thinking about the Uberization of the energy economy, because you have distributed generation everywhere that's transportable, and you're the boss of it. So wanted to leave that in the record, and to thank both speakers, and maybe we have some questions in the queue.
Javier, I wanted to really react very quickly to what you have reiterated here about the distributed approach that must take place here. I want to indicate that we are open and willing to partner with entities that are addressing the energy in that way, because we are in every center that we are building and will be building, we are incorporating alternative power because it's critical. You're talking about resiliency. We want to make those centers very resilient. So I love your concept about distributed, because there might be some synergies here between communications and power. at the very local level. Because
Totally.
that's
It's a
we want to
totally
get as much as possible to the local.
a totally convergent narrative. It's I think energy today is where telecoms were in 1996. We're starting, but we're gonna get there. And I think we have a question by Glenn McKnight in the queue. Glenn, take it.
Great, thank you so much. Am I getting volume? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Glenn McKnight. I'm thinking of what's happened in Florida, and we'll see this incident happening again and again, rebuilding again, going through the same process. And I think the definition of insanity is doing things again and again, and not learning from the experience. I want to thank you all for bringing this up, and I think it's absolutely critical topic. But I'd like to give the opportunity to Shernan to talk about the ISOC Foundation and their program for resilience. Perhaps you could share some of the best practice that you guys have funded and where the funding window is. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Glenn. So first of all, I don't want to refer to myself too much, but truth must be said. So basically back then, a couple of years ago, we didn't have within internet society any, let's say, structural way to deal with natural disasters. And especially in the Caribbean, people are coming to me, asking me about how can you guys contribute, given that each time we are being hit by all these natural disasters. And I've started to have discussions a couple of years ago with our CEO, back then CEO, and then that's the reason that she has decided, okay, let's say this whole natural disaster strategy thing at the foundation. If you can remember, back then we didn't have any structural way to deal with it. So at least now we have a way, a structure how we can deal with it. So we are not there as yet, Glenn, because still we do have some challenges, but the way how we're dealing with it right now is if you do have a given proposal, so you have a nice plan, then you can approach the foundation, Internet Society Foundation, which is also sponsoring this event, and then they can look at it, and then you can get, let's say, approval for it, yes or no. We do have, let's say, chapters that may apply for given solutions that they would like to see happening in their particular country. But if you don't have a given chapter, I mean, if you do have a nice idea, you can, if you cannot collaborate with a local chapter, I mean, still feel free to approach the foundation and let's see what they will think about it. But again, at least we do have a structural way how we are dealing with the matter right now, which we didn't have, let's say, 5 years ago. So I'm not sure if I did answer your question, but let's approach the foundation if you have a nice idea and see how you can make it happen. Just one general comment. If we look at the internet itself, back then when it was designed, it didn't have any security mechanism embedded into it. So that is why a couple of years ago we were not speaking about security neither. As things have been changing, we have seen all these hackers coming along. We have started to talk about security within internet governance as well. And I believe that's the same approach that we will be seeing in the future. All of us would like to conserve the globe because it's only one globe that we have till now. So we need to find a way how to conserve it. So I do think that in the future, we will have, let's say, much more people coming and raising awareness on this very important topic. And we may see, let's say, another topic being added, like climate change, to, let's say, the discussions that we are having right now. So let's keep an open mind on it. Let's continue to promote it, talk to those, let's say, governments who have a very important say in around the globe, and see how we can make this thing happen. Not only government, because we are abiding to the multi-stakeholder model, So all of us, one way or the other, in your particular area, start promoting this thing. The same thing as we lose the telecommunication infrastructure. We don't have internet neither. The same thing with this globe. If we lose this globe, we don't have internet, we don't have everything. So let's focus how we can conserve the globe, and by focusing on, let's say, how to mitigate all these natural disasters.
Thank you, Sharon. And I don't know if there's more questions in the queue, but if there aren't, one final thought. Yes, for sure, Sharon and Jose Luis, this conversation has to keep on going. In fact, we're trying to, in our conversations with ICANN.org, try to have some sort of panel on this green internet and green and resilient internet with, hopefully in the next ICANN meeting, we have an ICANN meeting in the region too in Cancun. It's a conversation that we must have. We are all responsible for our planet. We are all responsible for ourselves. We are responsible for our human civilization. And this is a civilizational question that we have to keep addressing. And, and the ICANN community has always been at the, the multi-stakeholder community has always been at the forefront of public interest conversations. So let's keep the conversation going. This is a great start. Some of you and some of us have been at it for a while, but it's definitely coalescing and getting concrete to the point that it's becoming a topic, a central topic in internet governance conversations. So with that said, thank you all very much. And we go to our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that, Javier. That was a very interesting session. I think it puts us in the thinking mode of how to address issues of sustainability into the future. We're going to take a quick break so that we can prepare our next session. So let's resume the discussion at 11:15. Okay, see you soon.
Good morning.
Hi, Avery.
Hi.
Welcome back. For this session, we're going to be discussing how you can be further involved in internet governance, I should say. The focus of this session is to learn from leading stakeholders how you can find a suitable path to get involved with internet governance. And to engage that discussion, we have two distinguished members of the internet community. The first one is Avery Dorian. She's a current member of the ICANN board. And we also have with us Mrs. Nancy Quiroz. She's the senior manager for the Internet Society's community engagement in Latin America. I would like to call Javier Rua again so that he can moderate this session. Thank you, Javier.
Hello to all again. What a treat to have Avery and Nancy here with us. They are, giants of the internet, both of them, for years. Two women in the internet that have been changing the world for the good, for the better, for years within this ecosystem. And I'm really honored to be here with them, virtually using the internet that they've helped build for years. Internet governance involvement. I'd love to hear the story of Avery and the story of Nancy, to how they got engaged, how they moved in this world of internet governance, how they came to this point today where they are at in internet governance. Quickly, everyone's path is different. Everyone's history is different. I had a very strange or unique way of getting into this, and I'm so happy that I did. It's today I'm in energy policy, but I used to be a public servant, and of course in multi-stakeholder governance, governments have a role. But in the case of Puerto Rico as a non-sovereign territory, it doesn't have a seat in the ITU. It doesn't have a seat in many international organizations. It's associate member of some organizations. But when I was in government, I was chairman of the telecom board, and then I found out about this. There was an association of telecom regulators called Regulatel. And this association of Latin American telecom regulators, I went to their conference, and there was an election. I became chairman, and then I heard that entity was an observer in something called the GAC. What is the GAC? I didn't know what ICANN was. What is the GAC? So I went to the ICANN meeting in Argentina, Buenos Aires. I think it was 2014, maybe. All of a sudden, I'm a GAC observer. And since I didn't know the rules of the GAC, is the community of the governments within ICANN, the ICANN ecosystem. And I was all of a sudden representing an observer entity, a governmental observer entity in the GAC. I didn't know the rules, and I started to engage. I wasn't supposed to talk in that context. I was an observer, and I got involved in a human rights in the internet conversation between Peru and the United States, and I was siding with Peru, and the United States got mad at me. And then I loved it because it was a voice for Puerto Rico and our region. But I felt as a Puerto Rican, which is we are usually not representative in international conversations. All of a sudden, I was having an almost equal seat in the GAC with the representative of China, really. And then I got involved, and then I moved into the at-large community, the ALAC, the at-large council, which is that's truly open, because that's the community of internet end users, and we are all internet end users. And I was there as a representative for one of the North American seats in that council, and as ALAC member, we would sit also with the representative of China and the GAC to talk about stuff. And now I'm in the CCNSO, the Country Codes Name Supported Organization, which is super interesting in itself, because there Puerto Rico has a seat as Puerto Rico, because it's a Puerto Rico top-level domain name, the country code. So that's my path, and that's why I'm here. I'd love to start with Avery, and Avery, thanks for being here. It's been great to know you these years, and you've done so much. I want to hear your story, Avery.
Okay, my story. So, and welcome and hello, and I'm speaking to you from my lovely hotel room in Los Angeles where I've been attending the ICANN Contracted Parties House Summit. And so just so, and I guess you've already spoken to a couple of people who have been attending here. So I was a technical person in internet technology. I had been working for about 25 years, developing routing protocols, routing code, architecting, etc. I was one of those people that was knocked out of my job by the .com bust and had basically gotten into and was doing volunteer work on how to build internets in areas where there was no infrastructure, and went to the WSIS, one of the first WSIS meeting in Geneva, when I ran into an old friend of mine who said, "You belong in the policy side." And I went, "What? I'm a tech. You know, what am I going to do?" "Yeah, you got a degree in philosophy. You work as a tech, you belong." So I got involved with civil society in WSIS, got appointed to the working group on internet governance. And as part of that was assigned ICANN to basically go and determine, you know, was its multi-stakeholder model really a multi-stakeholder model? And had to write a report on that. I came to my first ICANN meeting, which was the Mar del Plata meeting in Argentina, and haven't left. Basically, shortly after that meeting, after the WIGIG was over and it produced our report, I got a call from ICANN's NOMCOM saying, essentially, "Hey, Big Mouth, in that report, you said we should do this, we should do that, we should do the other thing. Come on down." And they basically put me on the GNSO Council. So I started my participation, though I was hanging out with the at-large folks. I was in the GNSO Council as a NOMCOM appointee. From there, I basically stayed, served in the GNSO Council for a good number of years, became its chair at one point, eventually timed out. You know, there's term limits on all of these things. And then just sort of kept participating in working groups, in various functions, ended up back on the GNSO Council for a term a few years later, and then eventually applied through the NOMCOM for the ICANN board. And I'm in the third year of my second term on the ICANN board. So that's where I am now. Lots of things in between, but that's sort of the quick progression from techie to ICANN board member.
That is super, super interesting. You know, I will also engage in ICANN. Besides the first entry via that being an observer at Regulatel, it's been via the NOMCOM, and some of you might know, the NOMCOM is the nominating committee. Is that body within ICANN that goes searches out candidate. I mean, you apply. There's positions that are open, positions that represent regions or and open in the different communities, and one goes, applies and competes and wins or loses. That's a way into the ICANN, several ICANN communities. There's also internal elections in other communities, and several ways to be involved. So that is so interesting, Avery, and you've been a voice for good for so long, and always striving for change and improvement. And Nancy, Nancy, I've known you for years now, and on the Internet Society side, and but I don't think I know your specific story. It must be also super interesting too. You've been at this for years. How did it all start?
Funny story. And it
Yes.
is funny to hear the question, because I was like, how did I start? What a great question. So I started like 10 years ago when Internet Society chapter of Costa Rica was created. I was one of the founders. Funny thing is that I am not from the technical side nor the policy side. So I began knowing nothing. So for me, all this work was completely new, and I didn't have even an idea of what it was. And then when I began, I was like, too many acronyms. What do they want to tell me? I wasn't sure what I was doing. But then with the time, I think that after 2 years, then I participated in the South School of Internet Governance. And there is where I got interested. I heard about the things that were done locally and in other regions. And I said, like, you know, this internet thing is something interesting. And I said, like, I really want to engage. And after that, I went to a workshop in Brazil as a chapter leader. And when I saw the work that the volunteers were doing and the incredible things that Internet Society was doing, I remember that I said to myself, I really want to work there. And I don't know how, because I am not from the technical or the policy side, but I want to work there. I remember that I said that to myself. And actually, maybe less than 1 year, I saw that there was a position for a community engagement manager. And I said, like, I am not a policy person. They are asking for a policy person, but I will apply. And I will apply because I believe in the things that they do. And I want to contribute to whatever they are doing. And it was funny because at the end, there were applications from tech and policy specialists, but I was selected. And I was selected, I think, because I really, really, really strongly believe in what we do. And because I love to work with the community. And I can tell you, once I began to work with Internet Society, I found my place. And it's something that I enjoy, and it's something that I feel proud of. And Ari will not let me lie. We do incredible things. And that's why we are here, and that's why we try to invite all people to be part of our membership. So that's my story.
Incredible. I mean, it's you both thought that you weren't, like, this wasn't for you, and you end up being perfect for this because, you know, it's an attitude. It's an attitude to change the world, and you both have it. I don't even know what you were gonna speak if it wasn't about your stories today. I mean, it's maybe my next question is maybe Avery, what are you clearly focused on right now? You know, in the work you're doing right now, and also Nancy, what are you clearly doing right now from your positions? Just quickly, both of you. Avery, take it.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I wanted to say, Nancy, I met you when you first started. I had a function at ISOC. I was chairing the chapters, and I guess you came in as our support person from ISOC at the time. So it's actually quite exciting to have watched, you know, your progress since then. What I'm working on now, well, I mean, the board occupies, the ICANN board occupies a whole lot of my life, from the issue of new GTLDs to DNS abuse, you know, mitigation and how we control it. In the other part of my life, I still teach in various schools for internet governance. This one, the European one, the African one. It's been a long time since I got to teach in the Latin American one, but I don't speak Spanish, so that's understandable. And that I still have very much a focus on sort of the area where I always was happiest, was where the policy and the technology come together. This year, I've just become the chair of the board's technical committee, and sort of trying to you know, we can have lots of policy concerns and things we know we ought to do in policy, but then again, the tech has to be able to do it. And bringing those things together has always been, you know, since first getting involved, one of my strongest concerns. I don't know that I have a specific mission at the moment other than ICANN's mission, and basically looking at how we continue to provide the services that we need to, but I still care very much about everything from the delay tolerant networks. And then later today, I'll be speaking about another one of my, you know, steady stream interest, which is how we deal with the issues of human rights in governance. And that's still a very strong focus that I still spend a lot of time on.
You're always a thought leader on human rights, and we appreciate it incredibly, Avery. And Nancy, what are you like laser focused right now at your position?
Well, always chapters, always volunteers, but I think that the key aspect that I focus when working with chapters is to transmit this passion that we have in the organization and what it means to work with internet society and what are the things that we are able to do. Something that I always tell my volunteers is that the things we can do are things that we cannot do by ourselves. And the funny thing is that the only way we can do it is by collaborating, working together, finding solutions together. And that is what becomes what I call the force of us, the power of us. There's nothing we can do without the contribution of each of us. What would happen if in this moment I ask the room where you are to put all the knowledge, all the experience, and all the great things that you have done in your life into one force to make this world change? Nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. So that is my focus, to make our volunteers and the people who work with us to understand what we are doing and why it is important. When I see, for example, when we deploy community networks, and I can see that the life of the people that are now connected have changed. I can give you example, for example, in Paraguay or in Honduras, where after 5 years that they had the connection, the life of the people who had that connection changed completely, and changed by having new opportunities, changed by creating a complete new community in the internet. And when you see that they grew and that you also grew because you learned that probably the reality that you were living was not the same as they were living, that changed your life. So it goes beyond the internet. It is something that we cannot describe. When you can see that and when you can get involved in that, then you will understand why internet is important.
Yes, I'm hearing, and I agree fully. It's evident. There's something about the individual search for happiness as a volunteer and your place that becomes a collective force for good that is unstoppable. You find like-minded people. You find ways to engage and try and solve problems by collaboration. And there's nothing more satisfying for a human spirit than being, effective and being useful in an important conversation. And these conversations are about very important things. It's about, communication, being heard, being there, being able to express yourself in via the internet. And we are truly blessed. And this is an open ecosystem. It's open to all of you. And I don't know if we have questions in the queue or people that have hands raised or have things to ask. I think there's a hand back there to the left. There's a mic. I think Andre from Canada. There.
Hello, everyone. I have a question actually to Afridoria. Sorry, my name is Andrzej Szczerbowicz. For the record, I am from McGill University, Montreal, Canada. I'd like to ask a question about the successful implementation of the multi-stakeholder model. What's the community could do more, even more to be the multi-stakeholders for multi-stakeholder model to be more and more effective in internet governance, and maybe it could be useful to resolve other issues like that, like we showed in our previous sessions on the natural disasters and other things like that. I think the internet governance could be really a good model to solve other global issues by using this multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Okay. Good to see you, Andre. Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah. First of all, I guess I'll back up a little on the multi-stakeholder model. One of the things when I look at it as sort of a form of democracy. You know, it's not representative democracy, though it contains elements that are recommended. It's a participatory democracy. And I think one of the important things to understand is it's still a young movement. So sort of contributing that it, like all democratic movements, is something that constantly needs to be reinforced by those of us that believe in it, that needs to be furthered. It's also something where we need to be aware that there isn't just one model of it, that each group of people that decide to get together and we're going to do something, and we are stakeholders of various sorts, need to sort of find their own pattern for what works for them in terms of being multi-stake. Certainly they can use things like ISOC, like ICANN, like the IETF, et cetera, as examples of ways that we have done it. I think the most important thing for people to do is to sort of say, I believe in this model. I want to understand it better. I want to understand the other stakeholders better. And we need to figure out how to make it work. And we need to understand always that what necessarily worked last year or 5 years ago isn't necessarily the model that'll work for us on today's problem, on tomorrow's problem. So we have to view it as a sort of evolving, living model that we are still learning about. You know, we've been multi-stakeholder model. We didn't even call it that more than 10 years ago. 20 years ago, it wasn't really in most of our minds. And yet today it's a thing that's constantly being challenged, just as any democratic movement, whether it's representative, you know, or participatory, is always being challenged. But we respond to those challenges by sort of improving the places where we have defects. And so participating, speaking up when you see something that can be improved, you know, and working with it, even when you're not completely happy with the way it's working, is sort of things that I would say are the things that each of us, and this goes back to what Nancy was saying, is it isn't one of us, it isn't all, it's the fact that we're all working together to do this that furthers it, preserves it, and helps it grow. And I totally agree with you. I see participatory democracy as something that can and perhaps should move beyond our technical internet worlds and into other spheres of life. And I really look for that. But we really need to make sure that what we've got is working, and we need to find ways of explaining it to people that aren't technology dependent, so that people don't see what we're doing as, oh, that's just an internet thing, or that's just an ICANN thing, or that's just an ISOC thing. But it really is a human way of working together that can benefit a lot of different areas. Thanks.
Nancy, what would you say to that same question, and maybe also focus on the ease or difficulty to actually engage in multi-stakeholder fora like ICANN, which is, I think, is one of the most open ones, by you know, people from our side of the world, our global south. Is it hard? Is it difficult? What's your comment there?
Can I play with your minds? Can I share something?
Good.
I will do an exercise. Okay, let me share something here. Okay, I will ask you some questions and please answer them in your mind. What would happen if at this stage I ask you to give me a concept of the thing that you are seeing in my screen? What is the object that you're seeing in my screen? Very difficult to give a name, to give a concept, to give even a description because it is abstract, right? Really, really difficult to have a concept. What would happen if I tell you that inside that box, there is something of your interest and that thing of your interest can affect you in a positive way or a negative way? What would happen? Probably you will say like, oh my God, I have to really know what is inside there. I really, really, really want to know what is inside there because I don't want to play the chance that whatever is inside there can affect me in a negative way. And then what would happen if I tell you that the outcome or whatever that would happen inside that box will only work if you work together with the people that also have an interest that is inside that box? You don't know what is inside the box. You don't know what the box is. And actually now you know that only knowing what the others are doing or what the others or how the others are describing the box, you will have success. Please take that in your mind. It is complicated, right? Because we all have different perspectives and we all see the object in different ways. And it is difficult for me to see the object in the way that Javier will see it and Abri will see it. What would happen if I ask you that that object will actually change with the time? So you know that there is something inside the box and you know that that object will change with the time. And what would you feel? You will feel anxious. You will be afraid. You will have many, many emotions, right? One of the challenges that we face with the internet is the fear that we have about the unknown. Because internet is changing. Internet is changing in a speed that we cannot understand what the object is. The object that I am now describing is the internet and the situation that we have with the multi-stakeholders and with the approach that we are following to create and to make the internet evolve for the future. What probably would be the answer when I ask you, what would you do if there is something of your interest and that interest will also be affected by how the others can see the object? The best answer would be, I would try to understand how the others see the object, how the others understand the object, so that I can understand what is at risk or what can benefit them and how I can adapt my concept into a way that will work for all. So that in few words is the multi-stakeholder approach, and that is how we see the internet evolving for the future and how we build that internet for the future.
Thank you for that.
Did
Nancy.
I play with your minds?
You destroyed my mind. This question and this question about individual perspectives and somehow empathetically trying to put yourselves in the others in the mind and the shoes of your counterparty in any conversation is the only way we can have a civilization that moves forward. And we are in a time and place of that a lot of the opposite is happening, and in part partly because of the success of the internet, that we have many people like living in their little own echo chambers of conversation and not listening to other people. We have to figure that out. This is a critical problem in internet governance, because you can't have multi-stakeholder internet governance without empathy and dialogue. And I think that that little illustration by Nancy, which initially I thought it was some sort of black hole, or some sort of quantum physics
The Pandora
operation.
box. I was going to say, please do not believe that that is the Pandora box. We will not open it.
But there's a question. There's a question by Andre over here.
Pandora box is something evil, I think, inside, but this is absolutely vice versa. So if we will open it, I think it will be better for all. Let's say rabbits. Rabbit is inside.
To this critical conversation, the way, and this is my perspective, and it's part of I tend to sometimes frame this conversation. There's a competition between models of governance and how these models of governance can be truly participatory and inclusive, and hear as many voices as possible so that the outcomes are legitimate. If more voices are included, the outcomes are more legitimate. So one has this narrative that multi-stakeholder governance is more inclusive and participatory than, for example, multilateralism. If multilateralism is just the part and parcel of sovereign states, well, then only sovereign states can speak there and not others. But that's an oversimplification. From my very personal history and experience, I defend the multi-stakeholder model a lot, because it's the only model where I've been able to have a voice in a kind of like a transnational conversation as a Puerto Rican, right? Puerto Ricans were usually not represented in international fora. And all of a sudden, ICANN is totally open to this, and it's totally liberal about this. But at the same time, I've heard conversations from many brothers and sisters from other nations in the global South that find that the multilateral contexts are more open to them, in the sense that maybe their state their nation will be represented in a chair in an important table where they would otherwise not be represented. So the whole question is, which model will end up truly being more representative and more inclusive? Maybe the multilateral model has to be opened up and broken, and it can't be anymore just the models of states. Maybe other entities have, like standing to be in the multilateral context. But I think that's what the multi-stakeholder governance model has achieved already in bodies like ICANN. You have states as states, and people as people, individuals as individuals, corporations as corporations, non-profit entities as non-profit entities, and they're just talking to each other. And I think we have a step ahead of the multilateral model, but at the same time, we're just a tiny fraction of international conversations. So this whole narrative is so critical to human civilization itself. We can't solve any problems without collaboration. And this is so valuable. I don't know if there's any comments from the crowd, from online. Other thoughts, Avery? Other thoughts, Nancy? Avery,
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah, if I can add, build on what you've been saying. I actually don't think it's an either or situation. I think that, perhaps in some world, in a far distant future, everything can be done in a participatory way. But the scalability of the conversation of including everyone, it's one of the problems that we're constantly looking at within ICANN and within other, is when you say you want to be more inclusive, that's great. But how do you scale to include the more and more? And the people that are in the multilateral say, we got it figured out. You vote for one representative, and that representative carries, your water for all of these things. And so really putting these things together, that's why it's very important that the multilateral conversations still go on, even within ICANN, within GAC. There's multilateral and there's GAC as a whole, and it's got its voice in addition to participating. One of the things that we're learning to do in ICANN now, and we see it in IGF too, and we shouldn't have this conversation without IGF coming up, is that, you know, we have the people in the GAC, and I'm sure you know it too, are now also participating in the working groups. They're not just participating in their multilateral GAC, they're participating, the GAC is participating as one of the stakeholder groups with its special rights and privileges, and those people are participating in the working groups. So you basically have multi-levels, but the whole notion of how we scale this, and that's one of the interesting problems that's got me very interested and concerned at the moment, certainly from an ICANN perspective, is we're growing, we're bringing in more people, we're bringing in more. How do we scale? How do we maintain the inclusivity and get the greater? Because one of the things you've got in the multilateral is just a few people. It's scaled to only a small set of people. Then you have the IETF and ICANN and ISOC that scales to a bigger, and IGF that scales to a bigger group of people, but still an amazing number of people in the world aren't participating. So how do we continue to scale our model so that it does continue to work, so that you don't lose effectivity because you've got more voices going? And how do you find those balances? So that's why I say it's very much still an evolving. We're doing great. We're getting stuff done. We're et cetera. But the whole idea of how we grow participation at a scalable thing is really an interesting facet. But I don't think it's an either or. I think that there are different ways of participating on different subjects at different points in time, and different models work for different issues at different points of time.
But wouldn't you say there is a bit of a cold war between models out there politically? And I mean, of course, the optimally, it shouldn't be an either or. Optimally, you want a truly participatory conversation between all potential stakeholders. But there are kind of like two approaches to this, and we saw that in the last ITU election. It was a highly, political discussion, and one side, which tended to protect the multi-stakeholder model more, won. But it was not a consensus decision. It was a democratic decision. So I think the outcome, what we want is a truly participatory conversation that involves everyone. But there's a clash, there's a competition between models, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, there's always going to be a competition between models. I don't think, if it could be a peaceful competition between models, that would be a good thing. A cold war between models, not such a good thing. But really, models change, models grow, some models perhaps fall apart. So that competition between models, like competition in general, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's only when it becomes a cold war or worse than it then gets. I think the ITU result was really quite good, because it was obviously someone who wanted to lead in this multilateral environment, but wanted to lead in the multilateral environment with a good relationship to the multi-stakeholder model. And so that was sort of a victory for both models can do their thing, and we can work together and we can cooperate. Now, how that works, the ups and downs, et cetera, of that will be interesting to watch. But I think it represented, because certainly the ITU isn't about to turn into a multi-stakeholder organization tomorrow. It still has a council, it still has all these things, but perhaps it'll be more cooperative. There'll be more incentive for cooperation between the models, with each doing the thing it does best, as it were.
Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but I'd also like to pivot quickly back to our main topic here. And somehow, if you both, starting with you, Nancy, can give pointers to our students here, our listeners all over the world, on how to engage. I mean, it's perhaps as specific as you can get. Sometimes some of the challenges for engagement and growing this need for more participation and more legitimacy of decisions and discussions has to do with funding, has to do with being in the right place in the right time, knowing the right person, how signing on to email list servers to be aware. What would you say to in terms of pointers to engage and get in the conversation, Nancy, and maybe Avery afterwards? Nancy.
Perfect. Just want to add one comment to the question you did before. Models are complex systems, and as all systems, they get saturated. Once they get saturated, you have to innovate. So you cannot get married with one model. You have to adapt and be resilient about the needs and the requirements of in this case, the community, and adapt the model and be flexible enough to take important parts of different models and create your own model. So that was my 5 cents on that. About the engagement, I will probably talk more about the opportunities that we have at Internet Society. So we have our doors open to all the people that it's interested in being part of this wonderful world. The only thing that you have to do in order to engage with the Internet Society is to go to our webpage and register as a member, and then you have the possibility to be part of a chapter, which is a group of volunteers that work in a specific area, in a specific country, and for example, in US and North America and Canada, we have chapters in different states. So you can begin by doing that. Once you are there, it is very important that you can begin your journey to understand the ecosystem and to understand how the different actors have these different interests and perspectives, so that you can engage in a meaningful way when you, for example, attend an IGF, or when you are working with other organizations. The other important thing that we offer as an organization to our volunteers is that we have a foundation that can provide resources to our volunteers to develop different projects. And those projects will add value to the mission and the vision that we have. So in the moment that you become a member, you have access to training, and you also will have access to funds in order to begin your journey in the internet life.
And
I hope that after this webinar, I will have a lot of new volunteers in our organization to join.
Yeah, no, same thing with Internet Society Puerto Rico. Just go to the website and sign up.
Yes, it's the only thing that you have to do, and then we will take care about you. And we will make your experience something that it's going to be extraordinary. And it is for free. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is that for North America, we have few chapters. So if there is not a chapter in your region, you can create your chapter and you can be the force of change for your state. So please, please, please register and please get engaged with us.
And Avery, if you could quickly talk on the ways to get your foot into ICANN, the different ways that are available.
I mean, part of it is ICANN is also open. ICANN also supports people that are active to come and participate. We do as much as possible online, and we're trying to get better and better at our notion of how to work hybrid online and enough. I think one of the important things, 2 important things. One is don't be afraid of stuff. A lot of people get afraid of acronyms, and yet we have them in every walk of life. It's just when you first meet them, they look a little bit strange. but understand that sometimes the words behind them are even stranger. So really don't be afraid of them. Build a list, find a list. And the other thing is find a place to jump in and do something. Everybody comes with a great set of skills, whether it's writing, it's organizing, it's putting out messages, it's whatever. But get yourself involved. It's that act of doing. It's that act of actually participating instead of watching and saying, "Oh my God, how do I do that?" Or "I don't know enough," or "I don't." Forget all that stuff. Just find something you can do. Jump in, start doing stuff, and you'll find that it just sort of rolls along. And the organizations, whether it's ICANN or others, they'll suppose who they do their best to try and support those that are contributing.
Good. And in my story there, initially I was funded by the Puerto Rico government to go to GAC as a representative. That's one way. But when you get to be either selected by the nominating committee, which is this entity within ICANN that searches for volunteers out there for different communities, if you end up being selected, you will be funded to go to the various meetings in different exotic parts of the world. We were just in Kuala Lumpur. It's super interesting, and there's other ways to finance a trip.
It's more than that. I mean, people that are working on working groups get funded to go. So it's more than just being a nom-com and an official. If you're working and you're one of the ones that are getting work done, there's a good probability that you'll get funded because you're one of the ones getting the work done.
Yeah, you have to get being there is half the battle, but being there is getting easier and easier. Of course we can have. I mean, there's a lot of work too. You have a lot of online calls, online meetings all the time, and that's the work. That's most of the work happens in between meetings. It's in between physical meetings. It's just calls after calls after calls. It's not. I mean, it's there's work, but it's it's a brain sharing economy of 24-hour help that one gives there, and you become involved and you become interested but there's great rewards. You see how Avery and Nancy are extremely positive people that are that they know they're making a difference, and that's the most rewarding thing is just feeling that you're making a contribution to a certain policy point or a certain endeavor within this multi-stakeholder governance world. So Avery and Nancy, I don't know if you have some last thoughts here in this conversation. Maybe Nancy, some last final thoughts to our public here.
Maybe my last message would be to get involved. It doesn't matter where you are from or what is your background. We all can add value to the internet. And the other is to join Internet Society and begin your journey with us. As I said, individually, we will not be able to do all the things that we do together. And that it's the power of us, and we believe that our volunteers, our communities are our leverage point to an internet for all. So that is my last message to all. And I will check the registrations to see who actually registered today.
Avery, thank you, Nancy.
Yeah,
Avery,
largely what Nancy said. Come on down, get involved. And please, if you come down to ICANN and you got questions, find me, ask them, ask anybody. Don't be shy.
that's awesome.
I know
And by
that's
the way,
easier to say than to do, but don't be shy.
That's the first thing is, don't be afraid to engage. I was afraid to engage initially, and then I engaged. And when you go to these meetings, it's also super, super fun. I mean, you meet, the most interesting people in the world. You have some formal meetings, and then you go out and have some informal meetings, which are great too. So with that said, oh my God, what a privilege, honor to be with you here, Nancy and every giants of women leaders in this industry, leaders of this movement that has been changing the world now since the 90s and the 2000s, and it's going to keep changing the world. But we need new people. We need you to engage. We are now aging members of this community, and it's a community that has to be reborn every few years with fresh thinking and more disruptive thinking, challenges to only by challenging paradigms can paradigms survive. So we have to keep pushing the envelope in our discussions to be resilient and relevant. So with that said, what a great panel. Thank you all very much, and we keep going with the program.
See you after lunch.
Thank you, Javier. That was certainly a very interesting discussion, and thank you, Ari and Nancy. We're gonna take a lunch break now, and we're gonna reconvene at 1:30. So, bon appetit, everyone. We'll see you soon. And this break is going to be actually we want to appreciate all of our sponsors and make a special mention and thank the Internet Society Foundation for sponsoring this lunch break. Thank you all. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the North American School of Internet Governance. This is our afternoon session kicking off. And following that excellent discussion on multi-stakeholder perspectives and importance, I think this is a great segue into the next session, which is ethics and human rights in the internet governance. The idea here is to examine the impact of emerging technologies and cybersecurity threats on ethics and human rights in internet governance. And for that discussion, we're going to ask Mrs. Avery Doria, current member of the ICANN board, to join us again for this discussion. We're going to have Dr. Pablo Rodriguez, Executive VP of .PR, who is also a proud sponsor of the event, to join us up in the stage for a discussion after Avery's presentation. For this panel session, we're going to have Glenn McKnight moderating. So Glenn, please step forward.
I have the great pleasure to do this session right after lunch. So I'm not sure if you guys are a little sleepy after lunch, but we'll try to keep this as stimulating as possible. As Ernesto has said, it's going to be split between, the first part will be Avery, and I just want to make sure Avery is online before we proceed. Just looking. Okay, great. Hi, Avery. Okay, so I wanted to, Avery, I know you have a very extensive slideshow. I've provided to the staff to post it, so you don't have to do your iPad thing. So I just want to make sure they see it. Yeah, I see that on the far corner there. Okay, just 1 second. So we have it up. So Avery, are we okay for 30 minutes with your presentation? You may have to go through some of the stuff pretty quickly. Are you okay with that?
Sure, I'm okay with that. As I said, it's mostly background information, but I'm certainly okay with that.
Okay, so what I've done for everybody that's in the room and online, I've converted the slideshow into a PDF, then from a PDF into EPUB, and I've already posted it into the Zoom room as well in the collaborative notes that I'm doing for all the sessions. So I think what's really important is what Avery said earlier today. And she said that she's currently the ICANN Board Technology Committee Chair. And I think that's critical because what she brings to the table on that committee is the fusion of her own deep understanding of technology. As she mentioned, that's where she came from all the way back to before the .com bust. And then she was then stumbled across WSIS in 2003 in Geneva, which, by the way, I was at the same conference as you. But she brings that merger, that convergence of an understanding of technology and ethics and human rights. Now, that's a rare combination. And I have to stress that, rare, because not everybody gets it. And I think over the years, Avery, from my experience attending the sessions that ICANN on human rights or talking to people on this subject, I think their eyes glaze over a little bit because I don't think they really understand the connection. And I think it's going to take a while for people to completely understand it. So let me just stress that what we're going to do is Avery's going to focus on the human rights elements of how it's connected to internet governance with her deep understanding within the ICANN ecosystem. And then I'm going to turn to Dr. Pablo Rodriguez to really focus on the ethics part, the last part of the session. So if you'd like to pull up your slideshow, and then I'll leave it with you. Okay, thank you, Avery. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, start with, go on with the next slide. So what I'm looking at is human rights and quick examples of them within ICANN and within the IETF. So next slide, please. First, I'm going to look a little bit at the background of human rights. Sort of what we have to base it on. So next slide, please. Okay, so gee, I can barely see these. So basically within the human rights, we have a fair number of instruments. I don't know whether you've talked about all of these, but there's basically the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is not binding. And then there are a set of, oh, thank you, I can see that better. And then there's a certain number of binding treaties and such that countries have signed. Not all countries have necessarily signed. Not all countries have necessarily put into law, but these are elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, covenant on civil and political rights, covenant on economic, social, cultural rights, and so on. The Human Rights Council then went through and basically said that the same rights that people have offline, and in other words, the rights declared in the UDHR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we have them online as well, and they need to be protected online, and particularly freedom of expression, which is applicable regardless of frontiers through any media of one's choice. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through these quickly, but you have them. Here's just another quick listing of the key human rights treaties and the dates in which they were approved. Next, please. So a couple of things have come out of the special rapporteurs in terms of freedom of expression, that governments should promote the use of strong encryption and protect anonymous expression online. We know that that is not universally the case at this point. It's probably less the case than people would like to see. Then in 2016, the private entities should ensure the greatest possible transparency in their policies, standards, and actions that implicate freedom of expression and other fundamental rights. And private entities should also integrate commitments to freedom of expression into internal policymaking, product engineering, business development, staff training, and other relevant internal processes. So these are very broad statements, and we find that within the internet governance environment, there are attempts now to sort of make that the case, and these are true to various degrees. Next slide, please. Next. I'm wondering if I'm being heard. Next slide, please. Am I being heard at all? Let me see. Next, please.
Aubrey, this is Eduardo. We're trying to sync your presentation. Also, tell us when to stop.
I haven't, okay, so maybe it's just me. I haven't seen the next slide come, so oops.
Oh,
So that
there's a
makes
problem with them. There's a problem with Zoom. I'm sorry for the technical.
Okay, so sorry.
It's your Zoom screen.
I see the last slide, the one with the special rapporteur, freedom of expression, and I haven't seen it change since then. And
Okay, give us a couple of seconds here. We have.
Okay, so sorry. I wish I'd been able to do it myself, but I just couldn't get it to work from my iPad.
No problem. Just give it a second. How active
Wow,
is
you went
our-
way ahead now.
Yeah, we'll back up. You can see the mapping example 1.
Yeah, and that's within the IETF section, but that's a little
So,
premature. I haven't gotten the case to setting
guidelines,
that.
okay, consideration.
Back again. Yeah.
Okay.
Back,
RPC, research
Back.
group.
back. So you're getting to see it all in reverse. We'll get back to these. Back. Okay. Yep. Okay, this is a good place to start, and then we'll move forward again. So
Okay,
anyhow,
go ahead.
I've been working on this in various roles since 2005. And what I want to say up front is that neither the IETF nor ICANN is where I would most optimistically like to see, but both are really making progress. Next, please. Now going forward. Okay, next, please. Thank you again. So quickly, we mentioned acronyms before. Here's a couple of the acronyms that show up in this. I've started to get into the habit of trying to put these in the presentations so there's a reference for people. Next, please. So one of the things that you first hit when you start talking about engineering and stuff is, are they value neutral? Many people believe still that science, engineering, and such are value neutral. A lot of us aren't quite so sure and actually would argue that that isn't the case. But one of the things that happens in engineering, and any of you that have done any engineering in any field know that you make trade-offs. When you're doing an engineering project, there are lots of decisions you can make, you know, and you do a trade-off. Is this more expensive? Is this quicker? Is this more user-friendly, etc.? You ask these questions and then you make a decision based upon various trade-offs. What we've started arguing within the IETF and elsewhere is, given that these are not value neutral, are there ways to consider human rights when we are making engineering trade-offs? So how do you design a protocol, for example, that enables human rights? And should protocols be judged against human rights requirements? Are two of the questions that are basically being asked within the IETF. I'm off to the IETF next week, and indeed one of the meetings there will indeed look at these questions. Next, please. So first of all, the IETF has been working very hard on privacy, and they have included the notion of privacy, the right of privacy, within their overall notion of security, that basically a protocol isn't secure if privacy isn't guaranteed in it. It is a critical part of it. So the security area, basically working with more than 20 active working groups to ensure secure and privacy preserving communications, to help collect and verify, understand and update, and to provide protocols and applications the means to handle authentication, authorization, and accounting of users, applications, and devices. These are all seen as sub-elements that are necessary in order to provide privacy. Next, please. And if I'm going through this fast. So here's an RFC. RFCs are the documentation series used by the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, that offers guidance on developing privacy considerations for inclusion. Now, that notion is very important. None of these things are enforcing any particular standard or any particular actions that one would take. The approach the IETF has taken, since there's still really a lot of learning in this, is what questions does a protocol designer, do engineers need to take when they're thinking about creating a protocol or coding a protocol and such? So these are considerations that need to be thought about. Next, please. So there's a Human Rights Protocol Considerations Research Group. This is part of the IRTF, which is the Internet Research Task Force, which is a sister to the IETF, the Engineering Task Force. And that group is basically taking the work that was done in the privacy area and trying to expand it to freedom of expression or freedom of association. And the group takes as a starting point the problem statement that human rights enabling characteristics of the internet might be degraded if they're not properly defined, described, and sufficiently taken into account. Not protecting those characteristics could result in loss, partial loss of functionality and connectivity. Next. So basically the assumption here is that, you know, we've got to take these things into account. Otherwise, they may not be implementable. They may not be usable. Next, please. So there's an RFC, again, one of the documents, 8280, that attempts to bridge the language of rights and protocol technologists. Glenn said before about people's eyes glazing over. One of the reasons is that technologists, human rights advocates, social scientists, all use different language. And how do we sort of map the concepts that one finds in human rights with the concepts that an engineer is dealing with when they're producing? So we've developed a hypothesis on the relationship between these. We've sort of suggested some considerations, and those are now being used and tested with some protocols. Next, please. So, and I'm not going to go through these, but these are here for reference, that basically what we started to say is these are the things that an engineer is looking at and knows about: connectivity, privacy, content agnostic. In other words, are you deciding based on what the content is? The security, is it internationalized? Is it censorship resistant? Are the standards open? Do you support heterogeneity, a different way of looking at things? Do you support anonymity and pseudonymity? Next, please. And going on, these are all concepts that are definable and usable within the engineering context: accessibility, localization, decentralization, reliability, etc. So there was a set of these that we went through. We did a search of various documents within the IETF and came up with this set of terms and definitions. Next slide, please. Then we started looking and sort of saying, when we're talking about freedom of expression, which of these terms are involved in that? So for example, in freedom of expression, and these are just examples, 8280, if you're very interested, goes into these in great detail, is when you're talking about freedom of expression, you care about connectivity, you care about privacy, you care about security, you care about the content agnosticism that we say. The content does not determine your ability to express. The internationalization, how prone is it to censorship? Can it be censored easy? Is it protected against censorship? Does it use open standards? Can anybody use it, or do you have to pay lots of money to someone or get permission? And heterogeneity, does this work for many different things? Go to the next slide, and I think I have another magnet example. When we're talking about freedom of assembly and association, again, we care about connectivity. The concept of decentralization comes through, that you don't want assembly and association to all be controlled through one choke point. Again, is it censorship resistant? Can somebody stop this assembly, this association? Pseudonymity, can you work without necessarily having to define who you are, though you set up an identity that is consistent for the encounter? Anonymity, for when those cases when it's really necessary for people to be fully anonymous. And again, security. So these are just two examples. No, that's good. You can go on. Those were just two examples of how we sort of take the language from human rights and try to turn it into things that an engineer can then say, oh, okay, what am I doing about connectivity? What am I doing about pseudonymity? Have I done something that makes it easier to censor or makes it harder to censor? And we're going on at this point, we've got a freedom of association document that we'll be working on again next week. And there are ongoing discussions on applying the same type of framework to things like politics, anonymity, filtering. We're asking ourselves, the question is, at the moment, we're just looking at the protocols. Is that enough? Or do we really need to also start paying attention to the implementation, how they're deployed, how they're used to really create a full story? So this is to tell you that while we've done a fair amount of work, we've got a whole lot more work to do. Again, hearkening back to the last one, great places to volunteer in terms of people that want to think about these things. And indeed, we've even gotten into the issue of respectful language and what does that mean in a standards organization? For example, what terms do we use in our engineering? Next, please. Okay, there's just a quick list of some existing work. Not going to go into it, trying to go through this quickly. And that there's two other groups that go on within the IETF that relate to human rights. One is the Gaia group that's working on ways and works on some of the stuff that's already been talked about in terms of community networks and such, in terms of, how do we spread this network in places where it hasn't spread, where it's not profitable necessarily, et cetera. And then a group, PERG, Privacy Enhancements and Assessments Research Group, that's basically looking at what's been done so far in privacy and how to take it further. Next, please. Okay, now quickly into the ICANN space. Again, some acronyms, the freedom about the framework of interpretation, global public interest, and policy development process are two acronyms that show up. So within the articles and bylaws of ICANN, there is a commitment to global public interest, which in most frameworks does include human rights aspects. And we've got core values of, so we're very restricted to our mission. We are almost by definition content agnostic, but we also have a lot of obligations within the mission, and we have core values obligate ICANN to enforce its human rights obligations or the human rights, obligations of other. So we don't have those obligations. As we're not there to enforce human rights, but we are there to make sure that what we do within a framework fits them. Next slide, please. This was a map that's been drawn by some of the people. There's a group in ICANN that's what is it? It's not a working group, but anyhow, it's a group that basically is looking at it in this slide. I can't even read it in this perspective, but if you want to look at it, it basically looks at ICANN policies and where they touch on human rights and where they don't. Now, the framework of interpretation basically sort of says that, we have no force or effect unless or until a framework. That framework was passed. So there is a framework of interpretation. And the board is required on every decision that the ICANN board takes, they have to consider the global public interest. In other words, now we don't determine it. What we do is from all the various groups, from those making the recommendations on policy to those giving advice on those policies, in a bottom-up way, sort of tell the board, these are the ways we see global public interest being affected or not. And then the board is in the position of sort of working with the organization to try and sort of bring that all together and try and answer the question. And you'll notice in any board motion you read, within the rationale, there'll be a discussion that indicates that whether the board considered it within the public interest or not, and why. And so the status on the global public interest framework is something that the board uses at the moment. It's still experimental. We've used it on 2 of the sets of recommendations at the moment. And then we're going to stop. We're going to look at that framework. We're going to see if it actually works. And then if it does work, we'll see how to take it further. And this will be all in consultation with the community in its bottom-up nature to see how we do this. Because we tried for years to define the global public interest. And that never really reached an annealing point. That never reached a point where everybody said, yes, we agree. That's how the global public interest is defined. So that's why we've trying with this framework to sort of say, how do we think about it? It's very similar to the work that's being done in the IETF in one sense of how to think about it. What do you need to consider when you're looking at the global public interest? And within that global public interest is the reference to human rights. And let me see. So basically, human rights impact assessments. And I think I forgot to include that one in the acronyms. But basically, one of the instruments that people are working with, that the ICANN does a global human rights impact assessment on how the organization works. There are groups within ICANN now that have proposed, they've proposed a framework, and now they've actually done a couple that to look at each of the recommendations that comes through in policy development processes and sort of apply an analysis to them that sort of says, how does this impact human rights and such? So again, for a deeper dive into this, there's the document that gives a sample and gives a process for it. And then there have been, there was one that was basically just done in August on the system for standardized access disclosure. And there was an operational design assessment that was done for that. And it's a very detailed and I think a very interesting discussion for anybody that wants to look at ways to look at human rights within the context of the work ICANN does. There's an immense amount of work to be done on that still. There's opportunities for anyone. See, I keep going back to the previous talk. There's opportunities for anyone that wants to work on human rights assessments within ICANN, and I can put you in touch with the people. That was a very quick walk through that slides. I hope I did it in proper time, and I'll stop and answer questions when there are questions.
You're great, Avery. That was on high speed for sure. So I just don't want to follow up on that last thing you were saying for people to get involved. Well, I don't recall in the last ICANN meeting if there was the working group on human rights that did a presentation. Is it something that's not on every ICANN meeting, or is it once a year?
It actually met on the Friday, on the last day. There was indeed a meeting, and one of the things that's coming up, I don't know. Once at the moment, there's a operational design assessment being done on the new possible round, what we call the sub-pro. Whether they're going to do a human rights impact assessment on that is still uncertain, but there was a meeting. One of the things that is coming up, and I suggest watching for this, is that they've put together a whole candidate learn package, a course on human rights and ICANN that is still going through editing. And one of the things that they decided to do in that meeting is have a meeting where they walk through that thing so everybody can comment on it and see whether that course is actually fit for going forward. But there is a whole much longer than my quick hand wave tour through it, course coming through on human rights in an ICANN context.
Yeah, Ephraim's been working on that. We
exactly.
Ephraim's going to be our speaker on human rights for VSIG in the new year. So yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Okay, I'm going to turn over. I'll get back to you, Avery, so don't go away. I'm splitting this section because it's so huge, and your expertise is being on human rights.
Oh, can I add one thing?
Yes, go ahead.
The issue of ethics.
Yes.
Maybe it's because I come out of philosophy. I find ethics very hard to pin down because everybody's got a different framework. And I find the human rights framework to be the best effort we've made at coming up with a way to handle ethics. And I just wanted to I meant to put that at the beginning. I put it at the end. Thanks.
You had someone clapping, Christine, I'm sure she's biting her lip to ask a few questions, but we'll get to her. Christine, you're okay for a few minutes? Okay, that's kind of funny because I didn't realize you had a philosophy background. So does Andrew. So that may explain it. Okay. Sitting on dais here is Dr. Pablo Rodriguez. And so I'm going to turn to him and share with us, because I understand you teach a course here at ADP on ethics. So I'm sure you have a lot to say, and feel free to segue into what Avery was saying as well. So I'm going to turn over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Glenn and Avery. It is such a pleasure to see you. I hope that in 2024, when we celebrate this event for ICANN 79, you'll be here, you will join us. And I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. So looking forward to that ICANN 76. But that last comment that you made regarding ethics is fantastic. And indeed, it is a great segue to part of what I was planning to contribute to this conversation. First thing is that to give a very brief definition between ethics and morality, morality is pretty much what we all are born with and receive from our heritage, which is what is good, what is bad. However, with each culture, there are different frameworks of what is good and what is bad. On ethics is pretty much how do we justify our actions regarding how do we act on something that we deem good or we deem bad. And I know that we have experts in the audience that indeed will share with us. But the one thing that we have noticed, and I'm particularly interested in on ethics and emerging technologies. And normally when we talk about emerging technologies, people tend to believe that emerging technologies are new technologies. And that's halfway right. Emerging technologies differ from existing and adopted technologies by the fact that emerging technologies are still in development, are still partly in the laboratory. For example, when we talk about virtual reality and we talk about those goggles and the different companies who are working with those goggles, well, yes, we can still use those goggles to do different things and we can experience a certain amount of what virtual reality is, but we do not have the extent to which that technology can perform, and we have not reached the point to which we can use those technologies to perform other jobs, facilitate other jobs. And so difference between existing technologies such as the automobile industry or the airplane industry is that we already have technologies that have been adopted, are existent. Some features may change. Some features of it are innovative, but the industry itself is different as opposed to, for example, nanotechnologies or the gene splicing technologies with the intent to correct particular diseases and so on. So we continue to have part of that technology remains in the lab. It's not completely out there. Another example that I like to watch and that I like to present to my students is when we go and we find those cups, and when you add a hot beverage to the cup, it turns red, but you add a cold beverage to the same cup, it turns blue. Well, that is fantastic and it's quite ingenious and children love to play with it. However, that is a technology that is based on smart materials. And the intent of that technology was not, the ultimate goal of that technology was not to develop a cup that turns colors when you add one beverage of a different temperature on another, but rather is an even further and more expensive technology that they are trying to develop on behalf of what can we do in terms of using materials for the windows? Can we collect, use that thermal energy to develop electricity, for example? Or can we use that to power some type of photosensitive materials and so on? At the end of the day, how does ethics relates to that? With each technology that we adopt, a new behavior, a particular behavior comes with it. And so, for example, back in the days, we used to send a letter, and we would send that letter via the regular post office, and we would have a particular number of expectations. A letter will reach its destination within 2, 3, or more days, and you begin to present. You introduce your letter, but how are you? I hope that you're feeling well, and then you would go into your message. Then later on, as time went by, we developed email, and we began to transfer some of that vocabulary that used to be used in those traditional letters into the email. And then we began to say, well, it's not necessary to say that all the time. Perhaps we can say this other thing. And as we began to use email, then we began to develop other ways of behaving. Well, don't write everything in capital letters. That's accepted as you're screaming, and that is not acceptable. Perhaps you need to send emails in a particular way that you ensure that you do not offend the recipients. And as we, with each technology, we find a new way of behaving, a new way of developing society. And with each technology that intends to solve a problem, we are creating an even bigger problem. And that is a characteristics of complex systems. So complex systems are nothing more than, with each solution that you develop, you create another problem, and you need to patch that one. And you think that was the main solution. And then we need to develop another solution. So with these solutions that we are exploring today are the result of solutions that were adopted at some point in the past. And that resulted in another problem that we're trying to solve today. And the solutions that we'll find today will result in the problems that our future generations will be solving. So how will that affect society? How will that affect the different participants in a particular group? Are we making decisions on technology that can affect a particular ethnic group? Are they affecting a particular population in a country, in a town, in a community? So it is important that we include the exploration of ethics into the development of technology. And there are a number of approaches, anticipatory approaches, exploratory approaches, and we need to teach that in business school, in the university, to our engineers, to our future engineers, to our scientists, to our doctors. It's not just ethics from the philosophical point of view, but on the application and integration of technology and its effects in the long run to a particular group of consumers and or citizens and individuals in a particular community. And at this point, I'm going to stop here to see if we can
I could see
some reactions.
I see every writing diligently as well. I think of the movie Jurassic Park, the first one, not the last ones, which got kind of ridiculous. but they had an actor who was Goldblum, who was sort of there for comedy relief. But he did say one thing that was quite serious, where he asked the people who were inventing the technology for gene splicing and DNA recreation is, we know, that you went ahead and did it, but you never asked a question why. So what I think is part of a problem that in terms of the training, whether at the business side of things or the nuts and bolts from the technologists, I don't think a lot of the people who are going ahead and developing these advanced technologies, emerging technologies, I don't think they have the global perspective. I don't think have the humanist education that goes with it, because it's very narrow. So I'm going to throw it back at you. Do you think just putting one course of ethics at people who are taking a course, would that be enough? Or it's something, I have to do this because they forced me to do it. So who would like to go first? Ladies first, is that okay with you? Avery, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I found great compatibility between what you said and what I've been trying, but at opposite ends of the scale. And I think that this goes to Glenn's question. I think that course is absolutely necessary, because it's to open the mind to the fact that there is a question here. There is something you need to be thinking about. And I think, being an engineering type, being an applied philosopher, if anything, I'm sort of at the other end and say, but what does it mean to actually include that in our work? Why an impact assessment that responds to the question of, how does this affect people? Well, an impact assessment is a box, is a container, is a process where you look at those things specifically. So I think that there's a lot of parallels between, first you start by giving them a theoretical framework on what ethics is, why we care, why it's one of the three main branches of philosophy, and why it's important. By the way, I spent most of my time in epistemology, not in ethics, but yeah, beside the point. And then how do you do it? And so what Apollo is at is this is why we should. And I'm at and here's the beginnings of how we might. And I hope that continuity can be seen there. There's a lot of middle space that we didn't cover on why what I'm talking about is connected to what you're talking about. But I'm hoping people can see that one is the beginning of the story and where we have to start and why it's important. And the other is more nuts and bolts of figuring out, how do we get an engineer to look at this stuff? How do we get a doctor to look at this stuff? Because they don't think in those terms. They think in the more tangible terms. Thanks.
It's interesting you mentioned doctors and lawyers both take one course on ethics, despite how long they're in school. Okay, your turn.
I absolutely concur with Avery. Absolutely concurred in everything. And yes, I was listening to you when you were presenting, and I said, this is a perfect segue to go into ethics, because at the end of the day, we tend to get stuck at the beginning of the story, but then we do not provide students with practical implementations on, one, how do we analyze this? Two, how do we measure it? Three, how do we teach it? And this is the type of things that we need to implement in everything related to the development of technology, whether our lawyers on how to treat this type of issues, whether our doctors, medical doctors, engineers, computer scientists, anything technology will affect how people will behave. Is that good or is that bad? Well, that changes from one culture to the next, right? We will never agree 100% on what is good and what is bad. But there are some universal values that, without a shred of a doubt, we do agree on. And that is the type of objectives that we should pursue in order to ensure that the greater good happens to the greatest of people. And that goes back to part of what we talk about, the theories of the utilitarian theories of ethics, right? Let's perform the greatest goods to the greatest group of people. And that's what we're after. But it is important each time that we talk about technology, each time that we talk about this type of issues, the subjects and topics of human rights and ethics, something that is somehow left for the end of the, we discuss it as a kind of a solution of something that happens afterwards. It's like an afterthought rather than an active thought before the development was made. And that's and so I do absolutely agree with you that what you have been discussing and what I'm bringing are the beginning and end, but we're missing a whole bunch of things that we're not talking about, which lies in the middle. Absolutely. That's why you need to come back to Puerto Rico in 2024.
I look forward to it. And I admit I've cheated. I use the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as the middle, as the thing. Well, we all agree on that one, so that is what I'll root myself in. But indeed, it's a poor middle, but it's the only middle we got.
So let me ask both of you. There's an organization like Transparency International and other organizations that are third-party organizations that go and evaluate companies or governments on their democratic principles and whatnot. Is there something equivalent to this, and from perspective that somebody is evaluating companies from an ethics and a human rights perspective? Is there something like a gold standard that this company got this award because they met the high standards? Is this something that's in the and again, it's a marketing as much as a prestige issue?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, well, it's an idea. Maybe somebody should, you know what, we have some experts in the room but maybe I'll ask Eduardo, is there any questions coming in from the Zoom room? Can you please check that? And Andre, I got you, but first I have Christine first. I do see you pointing. I do understand that. So Christine, can you please first introduce yourself? And you're a proud sponsor of NASIG too. So thank you so much. So go ahead.
Thank you, Glenn. First of all, thank you, both of you. Congratulations on this presentation and this topic, Pablo. It's been very nice meeting you. And I hope we could continue to do a journey into this important topic that is ahead of us, that is already here. So Cristina Riera, Avery. I'm from Puerto Rico, born and raised here. I have an Institute of Human Development, and my dad was the founder 44 years ago of this Institute for Human Development. And we also have a foundation, Ethic Movement. So we've been working on these topics into applying the ethics in their different scenarios, not just to leave it in the aula, to leave it in the classrooms, but also to apply it because it's an everyday topic. And that's the beauty of us that understand ethics, not as the legal part, but as the part of the beauty of life, right? So I'll leave that. And then Glenn, I hope that was a good introduction. But so Avery, I have a question for you, and I think it was more because and you ended up also with the human rights, but I see that you're talking about the freedom of speech and the freedom on all that, and I see that they're doing some policies and some projects. That's right. They're making some projects around the human rights, correct? I'm understanding that right now there's some projects that you're investigating and to see how they go, correct? Okay.
In two different things. In the IETF, they're looking at how to basically take human rights into account when creating a protocol. And there's some movement inside ICANN to look at the human rights impact of what we are doing in relation to policy. So two different things, not specifically projects to do human rights, but how do we support and what's the impact?
Very good, very good. So the both end, from the beginning journey and then to the end, the impact. My question, we do have the, I think a topic today is the influencers. Are there any projects or any that you have heard or around that they're talking about? How is this help with the next generation? What are they saying? What is happening that, go ahead.
Not that I know of, perhaps Pablo does, because if you notice throughout most of mine, I've sort of dealt with the content agnosticism and have not moving to that next level, which is critically important, as you say, is something that I haven't been involved in. Kind of be interesting to be involved in, but hasn't been.
Well, maybe we'll do a little journey on that area too. But Pablo, have you heard anything then about the influencers and maybe how are they able to any platform they could use? Just talk about anything they could talk, and there's no, how is that freedom of speech or con los derechos humanos?
Indeed. No, to be honest with you, I have not heard of any project that is identifying, measuring, or studying how does that affect in any way, and to what extent. And that seems to be kind of a legal issue, ethical, legal, societal. So it is a multidisciplinary kind of approach that we need to use for this study. But what I can suggest to you that it would be very interesting for us to explore that, and maybe we can entice Avery. I know how busy you are, but entice Avery, your institute and our university, and we can all get involved and perform some studies. So that would be very interesting and see where that leads.
Okay, I have Andre next. And then
Thank you. Thank you, Avery. Paula.
My pleasure.
Andre is next.
Andrei Shrapovich, McGill University in Montreal, Canada. Thank you very much for letting me speak a little bit, but this is the just remembers my personal experience. So I also work with students at McGill University. For example, last year I taught a course on human rights and internet governance at McGill, and I ordered the task for my students to elaborate some rules of international law related to human rights on the internet. And I think analyzing this kind of job made by my students, I think it's this kind of simulation, let's say, of the rule making, you'd be really interesting in engaging in the problem, and or maybe these rules could be a real base of some real rules that we could create for the Charter for Human Rights on the internet or Charter for Digital Rights. Because I'm really sure that we're still in need an international law in sphere of human rights of internet users. And these rules could be elaborated by on the auspices of the Internet Governance Forum, for example, or somewhere else. But the IGF, I think, is good space. And I think this example of student engagement and this example of their creativity could be good standpoint to create these kind of rules. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Andre. Have you?
Hi, this is Javier Rua. Thanks for that. I left the room for a while, so I might have missed part of it, but I'm sure, I mean, as this has been a discussion about human rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and probably core rights that are really associated with internet, like freedom of speech and so you probably spoke over, and I probably missed the discussion about Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights about freedom of speech, and the fact that there's a whole organization out there, article19.org, article19.org, that really, that's what they do. They do kind of like they do studies and awareness about the situation, the state of some of these rights, including freedom of speech, freedom of and associated rights, like freedom of the press in the internet. So article19.org is an organization to have in front of mind about this discussion.
Yeah, and in fact, if I can add on that, when I was talking about the whole work at the Human Rights Protocol Considerations work, that RFC 8280 was indeed, the group was initiated by myself and a member of Article 19, and one of the co-authors of that document is Article 19. So Article 19 is very involved in the work that's being done at the IRTF.
Yeah.
And I think also at ICANN, because Ephraim is Article 19. So both
Yeah,
of the things I talked about have a source in Article 19.
Yeah, I'll add Neil's presentation that he did with us on human rights to the collaborative notes today. Eduardo, you had something? Oh, he's giving me the salute. I got 3 minutes, so I want to give you split you two
Yeah,
folks.
I just want to commend the work that Avery and others are doing in ITF, because the comments that I was making precisely about emergent technologies has to do with these protocols and has to do with other types of technology, but particularly in our community. And when I say our community, the internet community, the ICANN community, these protocols will have an impact on society and consumers and people, and we should know beforehand. We should have some kind of anticipatory analysis of how could this possibly impact these groups. So I'm delighted to hear that, and congratulations to you and to the rest of the team.
Final comments from you, Avery?
Just was happy to talk about it. I think that there's still, and the questions indicate there's so much that we need to do. You know, like one of the things is, now that we've started on what a protocol needs to think about, how about implementation? How about the deployment? How about the influencers? I think it's a really big question. So
How do we
we've got the
measure it, right?
beginnings here, but there's a lot to cover still, so.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you, Avery, for leaving your meeting in LA, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for he's doing double duty. He's executive here at EDP school. So between the two of you, you're extremely busy, and we appreciate you joining us today. So that wraps up this session. Thank you so much. Thank you for the people online. Okay, great. Thank you.
Happy to be here. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. For our last session of the afternoon, we're going to have a conversation, an engagement with experts that have graced us with their presence today. The main goal for this session is for participants to engage in dialogue on the ideas of how to improve engagement and actively contribute with their views and opinions to make the internet a more trustworthy and to increase awareness among the communities that they represent. For this discussion, we're going to ask Mrs. Abri Doria to come back to the stage with us, as well as Nancy Quiroz, ISOC Senior Manager for Community Engagement in Latin America, and Mr. Shernon Osepa, the Director for Caribbean Affairs and Development. On stage here in Puerto Rico, we're going to have Javier Rua, again with us. He's a Chief Policy Officer at CESA, the Solar and Energy Storage Association of Puerto Rico. We also have Mr. Joe Catapano. He's a Stakeholder Engagement Senior Manager at ICANN. And we also have Dr. Pablo Rodriguez, Executive VP of the Puerto Rico Top Level Domain. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Glenn Knight. Glenn, please.
Thank you. Just for correction's sake, it's Mick Knight. Knight is a different name, but Mick Knight means son of night in Gaelic. So, hi, everybody. I'm back again. You recognized me from the last session. This will be a quick session, very interactive, and this is an opportunity to get the inside straight, as they say, on how to get engaged, how to empower yourself within the ecosystem. It's a fairly complex system, so we have the two online. Avery and Nancy, are you both there?
Here I am.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, and I take it Steve is online as well? Steve's part of this group, right? No, he's not. Okay, I have him on the list here. It's okay. It's all right. He's done his dues. Okay, folks. So let me just reemphasize the purpose of this session. The main goal is for participants to ask questions. And again, we're going to lean on you guys to just jump on this, on how to get engaged, how to be active, how to contribute with their views, their opinions, and every view and every opinion is valid, and to make the interest more trustworthy, more increase the awareness of many communities. It's a multi-stakeholder model, folks. And if you're quiet and you represent a particular community, you need to speak up on those issues. So I'm going to turn around and going to go alphabetical without Steve. And so let me turn to Avery first of all. Avery's not connected? Okay, people are dropping like flies. Okay, Nancy, you're there, right? Hi, Nancy.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, Nancy, you're on the spot here as the community engagement from a representative for ISOC in Latin America. This is a natural question for you. How can people get involved with the internet ecosystem? And starting off right off the top, let's talk about ISOC and how they can be involved with the chapter, special interest groups, blah, blah, blah. So go ahead.
Perfect. So I think that the first step is what you're doing right now. The fact that you are here, that you are learning, that you are listening to experts is the first step. Getting informed is the most useful tool that you can use in order to get engaged. Once you are informed, then you have to decide which of all the areas within the internet governance you would like to provide your expertise and your knowledge. It is important sometimes to identify organizations like Internet Society, like ICANN, that can address that effort that you will do in this journey. So my recommendation is to look and do some research on the organizations that are related to internet governance and try to engage with those organizations. What we offer from the Internet Society is strong structure for engagement, where we have chapters. For those who do not know what is a chapter basically is a group of volunteers from specific region that work together to support the mission and the vision of the Internet Society, an Internet for all. Those chapters would have their own objectives and their own way of working so that they will add value to this process of shaping the future of the internet. We also have special interest groups, which are similar to chapters. We have volunteers that instead of working on a specific geographic area, they work on specific topics like gender, youth, etc. We have different SIGs that are available, and those SIGs work together with the chapters so that they can develop those topics at regional, global, and local level. Then we also have our ISOC Foundation, which is the way we can provide funds to our community so that they can develop projects locally. We have different types of grants. For example, we have a small grant that it's about $5,000, where you can develop like events or small projects that will not require a lot of money. Then we have the large grant, which can go from 30K to 50K, where you can develop probably projects that are bigger. An example of this could be the deployment of community network, which is something that our chapters usually use in order to do this kind of projects. So there are many opportunities where you can engage at Internet Society and that you can learn from the process. We also offer learning courses that are completely for free for all of our members, and you can take it at any time. We deliver courses during the whole year, and we have courses of all topics. So there is a lot to learn, there is a lot to engage, and there is a lot that you can provide to this journey to towards building the future of the internet. So from my side, the invite to join Internet Society and to be part of this organization and to provide your knowledge, your experience in a way that will add value and will be meaningful for the development of the internet.
Great, thank you. Just one thing, you said it very quickly, SIG, the special interest groups. I believe you have one on accessibility, one on rural development and different groups. And I understand to create a SIG is a lot easier than becoming a chapter. So you have a lot of rules to become a new chapter, but if you have a particular area of expertise or a community of interest, a SIG is a little bit easier to form, my understanding. Thank you so much, Nancy. I'm going to turn to Javier. Same thing. How do you see somebody getting involved, and what's the on-ramp?
What Nancy said, and I guess my experience has been more within ICANN. I've always been also been in Internet Society, but my experience has been initially, as I mentioned, if you're somehow involved in government, so there's a governmental way to get into internet governance. It's usually via the ministries of foreign affairs of a country or the telecoms regulator or the telecoms ministry. That's a path. That's kind of complex. It's more closed off, but that's one path. I accidentally started ICANN via that path, and weirdly, as a Puerto Rican that doesn't have usually a seat in international affairs in telecom matters, but it was a kind of like a weird path that I took. But the other thing that was clearly open was the next path. My experience was, within the at-large community, the community of end users of the internet, it's very open. You can enter that community in ICANN via several ways. You can get involved locally via the regional at large organization. So you have a North American RALO, North American Regional at Large Organization. You can be a member of that, or the Latin America Caribbean RALO, and you can start knowing about the ecosystem via the RALOs. And there's elections in the RALOs that have seats in the at-large community in the ALAC. So that's a way to get involved. There's also the nominating committee. If you have maybe more experience, maybe you know more, you can go into the website of ICANN. From time to time, there's announcements of like a calls for volunteers to compete for different positions that are open in different communities within ICANN via the nominating committee. That's another path. That's the way I've done it twice in ALAC as a NOMCOM appointee, and now in CCNS in the Country Code Name Support Organization. The ALAC is the at-large council of the, the kind of like the governing body of the at-large community, and the CCNSO Council, also the kind of like the governing body of the CC community, community of country code managers. So I did that also via the NOMCOM. So that's another way in. But there's, as Nancy said, is education, self-education, knowing who you are and knowing where you fit. If you're, and everyone, for example, is an internet end user, so the at-large community is a pretty open community to start out with. In some ways, maybe before, I mean, the CCNSO, the Country Code Name Support Organization, of which Pablo has been a critical stakeholder there for years as .PR, is a bit more closed off because it's a community of a certain group of CC managers. But there's many ways. Just look it up and you'll find a spot.
I think what I have to point out, Javier, because this topic is on increasing awareness and trust with the internet, can you talk a little bit about the special committee that's actually proposing to ICANN that you're involved with?
I mean, the green, so a group of us, So this is interesting because one of the things Nancy said is just find your place and your happiness there. So we're always trying to make up stuff to have some impact. So a group of us within the ICANN community, including Glenn and others, myself and another great guy, Raul Plummer, who's in kind of like and Parius Fandari. We're engaging with ICANN.org to see what's up with the green and resilient internet. What is ICANN doing, if anything, on the carbon footprint of servers? What if anything is ICANN doing on what are the energy sources being used to power all these power-hungry servers? Is it clean energy, or is it solar, or is it diesel? We don't know yet. So we're right now in a kind of like information data mining mode to have an intelligent conversation. But ICANN.org is being very responsive. There's also another important narrative of carbon footprint. Do we know the carbon footprint of all our traveling around in planes all over? Do we know our impact? And this harkens back to our conversation in the morning on the resilient internet. So one thing is being resilient, and Pablo has spoken about this many times. Pablo, restarted his servers after Hurricane Maria with a lot of hard work and a lot of learnings that he has several presentations of that. But one thing is being resilient, and the other thing is how do we start fighting the causes that are creating these storms that are destroying us every 4 years. So what is our impact? How do we combat climate change? So we're starting that conversation. So we are creating a new place to do work within ICANN.
Great, thank you. Okay, Pablo, you too. Okay.
Well, thank you. In my case, the one thing that I found is that we should be looking for creating networks that can facilitate the participation of new blood. And in that sense, what I began to do is to establish a conductive wire between academia, the registry.pr, the Internet Society chapter, the various public school system, and we began to share our message, not only with those members in the internet community, in the ICANN community, but with those groups and populations that normally do not come to these type of events. And so in most recent times, through the Internet Society chapter, for example, last week, we dedicated an entire week to what we call the Internet Week. We began on October 24th, and every day from 2 to 3 in the afternoon, we presented a workshop dedicated to STEM teachers, STEM standing for science, technology, engineering, and math, through the EDP University and through the various members of the Internet Society Puerto Rico chapter. So in that way, the ISAC chapter in Puerto Rico was engaging not only with the university and the registry, that PR, but at the same time with the teachers in Puerto Rico. And we had sessions in which we had hundreds of teachers that were connected. And what they did, those teachers, they connected through their classrooms, so their students were being exposed to the various messages. Consequently, we had a cascade of messages that were facilitated through these webinars. Finally, last Thursday, actually 8 days today, we celebrated a session that began, it was from an entire day. We dedicated an entire day from 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, where we talk about the Metaverse, and various members of the ISAC chapter presented. And in addition to that, the university made available a platform so that these teachers who were here presentially, over 23, 25 teachers were presentially here, had the opportunity to experience what would the Metaverse look like in the classroom. So that helped them to get an idea how they could use these technologies to present their lessons and to engage with their students and to capture their interest. So at the end of the day, what am I talking about? Networking among ourselves. As leaders of the internet community, when we get together, we can facilitate the participation of others who are not as aware as we are of these various opportunities, and expose them to them and share them with them. And that way we can create a cascade of information that will reach in so many ways and directions that will be an exponential message.
One thing you didn't mention, and you probably forgot about it because you've been so busy this week. On Tuesday, you took a special guest somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. So during this week, we brought Dr. Steve Drucker, who most of you had the opportunity yesterday, and yesterday we had the opportunity to listen to his keynote presentation. But at the same time, on Tuesday, we took him to a special school that specializes in technology. And we had a number of students from 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade students who were very much involved. It's a bilingual school. And Steve sat on a table and began a conversation with them about what he has done, his early beginnings as a student, what did he study, what were his interests, what was the path that he took in order to get there, and pretty much share his experiences when he was their age. But furthermore, what did he do in order to develop the internet with so many other students? And that get the juices flowing for all of these students, who began to exchange among themselves the possibilities, and began to ask for, what else can we do? Can we meet with you? Can we contact you? And right now we are discussing the creation of student chapters, ISAC Puerto Rico student chapters in high schools. And while many of them may be too young to begin to participate in Next Gen and ICANN, or the fellowship program, but it gives them a path to follow. And by the time they come out from high school, they're ready to start participating at an ICA level and the ISOC chapters as members who are well-versed and at the same time well-prepared to contribute. So Nancy, get ready. We're coming back for you.
At all, you notice it's,
Great
you know,
news.
it's like you're sleeping with your cousin sort of thing. It's kind of close, you know. Come to think of that, IEEE has a special program for outreach on engineering for high school students. So, and they have a bunch of modules and some very interesting stuff. So I'll connect you with IEEE Foundation.
Thanks.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first off, thank you very much for having me here again. It's wonderful to be back here on this beautiful island with you all. And I know that we're looking forward to having the ICANN public meeting here in March of 2024. So,
Wow.
With that said, I think I will just take a more kind of 30,000-foot view, back up a little bit. If you're here and you are in a school of internet governance, right, you don't have a lot of experience in this ecosystem, it's the word we like to use, right? It can be very complex and very intimidating, right? And so even for someone such as myself who didn't know a lot about ICANN or internet governance or technology when I first started in this role, it takes some time. It took me a lot of time. And so I want everyone that is here, either in the room or online, to give yourself time and give yourself permission to learn and to make mistakes and maybe get some things wrong, right? That's okay. There are a lot of resources out there for you, and I'll speak more to the ICANN piece of things. And so, as Nancy had mentioned, right, you've already taken the first step. You're here. You're either in the room, or you're online, and you're learning. You've been, learning over the past couple of days, right? There are other now steps that you can take to learn more about ICANN, what we do, internet governance, the domain name system. We have a very large catalog of online courses at learn.icann.org. We call it ICANN Learn. There's a whole bevy of topics from subject matter experts that you can take at your own pace and begin to get acclimated to the subject matter if you're not already kind of up to speed on those things. We have several newsletters, right? So for every region of the world, and these regions get defined a little differently depending on which organization or community you're engaging with, right? So for ICANN, Puerto Rico is part of the North America region. And so each region at ICANN has a newsletter that keeps you up to date on the happenings in the community, and it helps you, stay engaged and keeps a regular touch point for you. The other items that Pablo had mentioned, which were the fellowship and the Next Gen program, right? So we have a fellowship which funds you to come to an ICANN public meeting. It is a soup to nuts, if you will, if I can use that kind of jargon, full intensive program that orients you to the meeting, how it works, and gives you, first off, the confidence to participate, and also a network of other like-minded individuals that are interested in the same things. And that is available to anyone who's 21 and over, and it doesn't, wherever you may reside, there are no restrictions on that. The Next Gen program is a little different, similar. That is for folks between, I believe, the ages are 18 to 30, but I can double check that after. And you have to reside in the region where the ICANN meeting is taking place. So if the ICANN meeting is taking place in, say, San Juan, you would have to be a resident of the North America region as ICANN defines it. So the US, Canada, and then other islands under the sort of US umbrella. And so those, again, they fund you to come to the ICANN meetings. The ICANN meeting itself is free, right? It's free to participate. We have very robust remote participation if you cannot be there in person, right? Because you can engage as some of you who are on the Zoom right now, online. We have translation into other languages, right? If you're not a native English speaker, we have translation into Spanish as well as other official UN languages. So there's a lot there. And then I think the other part, which I meant to, and Aubrey's session Aubrey was on before lunch, I made the Zoom rookie mistake of pasting the information to panelists and not everyone, but I'll say it now and I'll find a way to get these links to everyone after the school. But there are me's in every region, right? So I'm on the global stakeholder engagement team, right, at ICANN, and sometimes you'll hear GSE thrown around, right? It is our job to help, those that are interested find their home at ICANN, whatever that may be, right? Maybe you are representing end user interests, and maybe at large is a good place for you, right? Maybe you work for a private sector company and you're interested in the business matters, right? Or you're a civil society organization and you're interested in, things like human rights and other aspects like that, right? We're here to help you find the right place that works, for you and your interests, and also connect you to people like the gentleman sharing the stage with me, Glenn, Eduardo, Alfredo, et cetera, that have a lot of experience in the ICANN ecosystem, right? Finding a mentor, someone who can guide you. That's really crucial. And it's a really, once you kind of dip your toes in the water, it's really a really beautiful thing, right? Because at ICANN, right, the community develops the policy, right? Or in the case of kind of the at-large community, right, advises the board on policies, right? So it's a bottom up, right? The organization, right, me, my boss, the CEO, right, we serve a secretariat role of sorts, right? The community is the one that develops the policy. So, so again, just thank you. I'll leave it there, and then maybe have more of a discussion at Q&A, but thanks again.
Great, thank you, Joe, very much. I'm going to I'm going to turn to Alfredo in 1 second, because he's going to add some additional information of how some other tools you can actually access to raise awareness. And I want to stress, if you have any friends in university and law or cybersecurity, whatever, and they're in university, the Next Gen is a fantastic program for them to apply. Get them aware of it now, because it won't be long before the call, because the call is almost like 6 months or 9 months.
So the I do know for the fellowship, right, for the next sort of the eligibility for the next meeting, which would be for a completely new person who has never been a fellow before. The next opportunity would be the annual general meeting in October of next year, which is in Hamburg. And that application period is in March of 2023.
Yeah, so put that on your calendar. It's not like you have a month. Oh, I want to go to the ICANN meeting as a fellow or a Next Gen. It's months in advance, because they go through a screening process of selecting people. And I have to call out Alfredo, because Alfredo, for how many years were you a fellow, Alfredo? He's getting his mic.
Hello?
Oh,
Okay.
yes, okay.
Yes, this is Alfredo Calderon from Puerto Rico. Hello, Nancy. I haven't had a chance to salute you. Joe talked about ICANN and the way you can get involved, and a great segue is my personal experience. I started out, well, first of all, my background is in in technology. I'm a chemist. So that's my background. And I got involved in ICANN through ISOC. So that's why we have Nancy here as well. The thing is that I was in a leadership meeting in, where was it? In Buenos Aires, in Argentina. And I had a great mentor. I have to say this, Eduardo Diaz has been my mentor, and he saw in me the potential. I didn't really understand what ICANN was all about. I did understand a little bit about what ISOC was about, but with the help of Eduardo, he invited me to go to my first ICANN meeting. And then I met Glenn McKnight, who was the moderator of this session, and he sucked me in, literally. He presented to me even board members, and I said, wow, if I can meet board members of ICANN and have a conversation one-on-one, and this must be good. And at the same time, I noticed that there was some contribution that I could make to the organization because I was sort of an academic person with a sort of a different perspective that I was bringing to the table. And so I decided to volunteer for a couple of groups, working groups. After that, I learned about the fellowship program. So thank you, Joe, for mentioning it. I applied for my first fellowship. I got it, participated. I got more involved. I noticed that I can contribute in other areas. I applied for a second fellowship. I guess the selection committee thought that it was worthwhile investing in me, and I went. I got more involved. I applied for a third fellowship. I got it. I got even more involved. And as a result of that, I started writing some comments in the policy development process that ICANN follows when they establish policy. The community that I decided to participate in was the at-large community. And as I got more sucked in or involved in the at-large community, they sort of thought of me as a person that can teach others more about ICANN. But in the process, I applied for a position in the selection committee for the fellowship program. And I don't know why they appointed me as a representative from the at-large community in the selection committee for the fellowship program. And I guess it was because I wrote a couple of comments in the renewed fellowship program, and they thought that I would be a person that could contribute to that process. And after that, believe it or not, I applied to become a member, a mentor for the community of at-large, and I got appointed by the selection committee as well. So what I'm trying to say to the audience that is present and the remote participants is that just participate. Let them know who you are, and if you can get a good mentor or a mentor, and he or she sees potential in you, it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile pursuing that, because you might think there's nothing you can contribute to that organization, be it ICANN or ISOC, which I'm a member of the board because the membership believes that I have something to contribute. Pursue it. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention is that as a result of all these years that I've been involved, and it's not too many, it's about 10, 11 years, but it feels like a lifetime. We've developed other programs and other projects. Like, for example, Glenn McKnight and I, we formed the Virtual School of Internet Governance as a result of the pandemic that began in 2020. And now we have a whole program, 11-week program where we teach internet governance, and it's completely online, and we have experts that come in every week and share with the participants, the students, different aspects that we cover in internet governance. Now, I'm not going to go into details, but we touch on human rights. We talk a little bit about ethics. We talk about the internet ecosystem, the history, policy development. We talk about the actors, which are the different organizations out there. So the Virtual School of Internet Governance is an opportunity that you have besides the ICANN Learn courses you can take and the ISOC Learn courses you can take. This is another great opportunity to learn about internet governance. And it serves as a stepping stone so that you can get more involved in internet governance and identify where you fit within the ecosystem. So I encourage you all to explore those avenues. You can talk to Glenn, Pablo, Javier, Rua, Joe, Eduardo, and myself, and we'll try to help you out identify where you fit within either organization or any organization that you feel that you could contribute to. So I just wanted to mention that. Glenn, if there's anything else you want me to.
Yeah, I just want to mention, and you, Eduardo will probably be mentioning it, the next NASIG, we hope will be just before the ICANN meeting in Washington in June.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we're starting to work on planning the next North American School of Internet Governance. And for the next couple of years, 2023 and 2024, we plan on having it back to the ICANN meetings that we have in this region, the North America region, which is Washington in the summer of next year, and then in San Juan, Puerto Rico in 2024, in March, if I recall correctly.
Great.
Thank you.
If you recall, early in the sessions that we have had here, we had another board member. Do you remember who that was? Okay, Leon. And Leon started his journey with the fellowship program. And now he's the vice chair of the board. So you have a number of people that have moved up within the ICANN organization and are still part of our community, at-large community, but they've made a huge difference in terms of engaging. And he's very accessible. And each time we've had an at-large community meeting. So I think the mic is still there, right? So Eduardo, can you share some of your experience? I know you were one of the first guys with Norello way back when. So
2007.
He sent the first email.
That's right.
First telegraph.
I was engaged with ICANN in 2006 when I think his name is Joseph Badhouse, Jacob Badhouse. He came down to Puerto Rico to give a talk about ICANN. In fact, I think .PR was the one that brought him there. And he mentioned, some of the things that you're talking about here. I didn't know anything about ICANN. I was already involved with the Internet Society. And one of the things that happened is I said, look, we are creating a large group in ICANN. Why don't one of you want to come down to Sao Paulo and work on that? They said, well, after he finished, I went there and said, what do I have to do? Oh, you need to become a large structure. I said, well, fine. Give me the paperwork, and I did. So I became a large structure is one of the, it's like a way of structuring users and organizations that work with users within the ICANN environment. Anyhow,
I think you asked if it cost any money, right?
Huh?
I think you asked them before you signed if it cost any money.
No, it's volunteer work, so yeah, it doesn't cost any. So anyhow, going forward in 2007, there was an ICANN meeting here in Puerto Rico, and the North American Regional Large Organization, which is the one that groups all the end users or the interests of the end users in the region of North America, Canada, and Puerto Rico. We signed an MOU with ICANN, and you can go into the web and you will see me with darker hair. I mean, that was a long time ago in 2007. And since then, I got engaged with ICANN. And one of the things that I did, because it took me about 5 years, believe it or not, to really get a sense of not only understanding ICANN itself, but how these relationships between these organizations work. Because each organization that you see in ICANN has a different frame of mind, because they deal with different things. So what I did through those years, you have an opportunity in ICANN to participate in any place that you want. So I went to the
top-level domain, the GNSO, Generic Number Service Organization. And I looked for a group that was starting. I said, well, I want to participate there. So I participated there, not as active as other people, but I was watching and learning from the way they were thinking, the way they were looking at things from the domain name system. I did the same thing with the CCNSO, which is a country code, and they have a different frame of mind because they're dealing with country code level domains, and their relationship with ICANN is different from the other service organizations. And I participated in the NOMCOM, which is the nominating group that nominates people to the board and other organizations, which was that was a very interesting experience. So the thing is that to learn about this, I just move around ICANN. I mean, I was part of the large group, the end user group, but I move around ICANN because I wanted to get a feeling about how it works. And when I'm saying it works, is how people network, because when you talk about somebody from a different organization, what things they're thinking, how they look at the domain name system, which is different from what we do. In our case, in the large group, we're representing the interest of the end user, and that's a different view from somebody that buys and sells domain. They look at it from a different perspective. So we try to balance this commercial thing with the end user, and that's what we talk about, human rights and other things that are beyond domains, but it's part of the internet governance that governs everything that has to do with the internet. So that's what I did. That's what I recommend. It gives you a holistic view of ICANN, and you can do the same thing with other organizations. It's just you have to find yourself what is it what you want to do. And I think I was mentioning there that about 12 organizations were in 2007 that we founded NARRADO, the North American Regional Large Organization. From those 12, I'm still here. The other ones are gone. So, but it's because I'm very engaged with ICANN and other organizations like Internet Society. I have been engaged with that since 2001. I was one of the founders. We were 40 of us, and also I'm still the only one still active in the organization. The other ones are around, it's just not as active. So, like I said, it's a journey. Some people can capture ideas faster, otherwise take a long time. Took me 5 years to feel like I really understood ICANN in the way you should understand it. It's like, we learned English here in Puerto Rico, and I moved to the States for school and work. It took me about 3 years to feel comfortable to speak the language. But I'm giving this as an analogy to an organization like this. So that was my experience, and every day you learn.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have two other organizations that was not on the list, and they're not on the panel. And I'm gonna ask Alfredo to talk about Aaron, and because that's important for this region, and I'll talk about IEEE. So over to you.
Well, again, I'm sort of like this is Alfredo again from Puerto Rico. I'm sort of a Eduardo, but with a little bit more color. I've been involved with Aaron as well, which is the American Registry Internet numbers, which is the one that distribute the IPs in North America and some territories in other countries that do contracts with that region. There are 5 organizations. There's one that represents each one of the continents and deals with the distribution of the IPs to the registries and registrars. But the point is that Aaron also has sort of a program where you can get involved in to learn more about how they work. So I actually applied for a couple of fellowships to Aaron as well, and I was fortunate to be selected to participate in the meetings and learn how they do business. Even though I don't own a domain, a proper website or sell domains. But I got to learn how they do business, and some of the processes that they follow, we're trying to see how we can implement them or adopt them in what we do in the different working groups within ICANN. As a matter of fact, one of the great ideas that they have is that they shepherd every document or comments that they produce as policy. So ICANN, through the working groups, follows a similar model, at reaching consensus, and consensus is sort of relative depending on the working group or the organization within ICANN that you belong to. But yes, Aaron is a great other opportunity that offers forms that you can contribute and you can participate. Aaron also has what they call community grants. So you can apply for one of those grants as well if you have a small project or a similar to the ISO Foundation. And you can develop those projects through funding that they provide, and increase some of those projects could be increasing the awareness of internet governance or how that organization in particular does a business. So that's my contribution for that.
Great. Let me touch on IEEE. IEEE is the premium organization that created a lot of the protocols that we all use. And IEEE is 450,000 members, largest professional organization. I'm a member of the Toronto chapter, and I'm the chair for something called IEEE Site, which is a special committee on humanitarian technologies. So that's another route to get involved with a great group of people, technologists that have been involved with internet issues. And a lot of back 10 years ago, we worked with the UN Foundation, and we looked at 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it was called the Humanitarian Technology Challenge. And one of the challenges we took on, which was brought up earlier today by Javier, is the reliable power. Yeah, Andre, I know I'm getting to you. I'll be really quick. Reliable power. The second one was connectivity. And the third one was individual patient records. So again, I suggest to get involved with your local section of IEEE. And again, there's a lot of great contacts. So I'm going to turn to Andre, and that'll be the last question.
Just about, and there's good point about the Sustainable Development Goals, because first of all, we have in the end of this month, we have the meeting of the Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa. So I'd like to remember this. And those who will be able to go over there, and those who will be able to go, welcome, and those who will not be able, this is a totally hybrid meeting. There's a lot of interesting themes in the agenda, and I will recommend everyone to participate. This is the UN forum on our favorite internet governance issues. And this is also important for the subject for the academic, let's say, engagement outreach. And I appreciate all the job is done and being done and would be done further on this road. And I am happy to be part of this project, of these processes as well. And I'll be also contribute. So just there's a wrap up from me of these discussion reflections. And I think it is really important to continue dialogue permanently. Happily, COVID allowed us to meet each other in person. This is also a very wonderful opportunity. But don't forget about the virtual school internet governance, by the way. It's the project which could also hold the greatest attention. I am on go, so and I'm also involved in this, and I'd like to recommend it to everyone. And there are a lot of opportunities for those who would like to participate. Feel yourself like you are a stakeholder and you are able to participate. So I am people talking about the careers related to ICANN. I'm twice ICANN fellow, and I'm also the member of Neralo since the beginning of this week, and I would like to contribute as well. I'd like to say thank you, everyone, and think this is great discussion, and this is great opportunities, and I would like to contribute as much as possible in this field. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. You know, Andre, you remind me of the guy in the movie The Wedding Singer, Steve Buscemi, when he got the mic. Remember that scene? Okay. Let me go back to Nancy. Nancy, does ISOC still have the IGF ambassador program? I'm just curious on that one.
Yes. Yes, however, I am not sure if we will have it for next year, but I will check out and I will let you know.
Okay, there's also regional and national IGFs as well. Do we have one here in Puerto Rico? What about in Central America? Is there one in Central America as a regional IGF or national ones?
No, we don't have a regional, but we have national. And something that is interesting for example, for Latin America is that about 80% of our chapters are part of the national IGF, which is something great. We are involved as one of the stakeholders of the national IGF, and also we are very involved in the regional IGF.
Right, you are, yeah. Again, as Andre and yourself has mentioned, if you can't get to Ethiopia, you know, they're going to be online. No, it's going to be early in the morning for you, but there's you don't have to follow every track. If you're really keen on certain things that we touched on this week, we haven't touched on everything, but we tried our best. You know, we had to select. So panel, we're wrapping up. Is there any final comments from anybody? Everybody's pretty well, we shared all the knowledge, how to get and where. Okay, so thank you all, and I'm going to turn it over to the chair. Thank you.
Take care, Nancy.
Bye. So I'm here. Well, I want to thank everyone for being here this 2 days and a half, including not only the local participants here, but the ones remotely. We have seen a school that we started with basic concepts of multi-stakeholder and history of the internet governance, and then we got deeper in different concepts, metaverse, human rights, ethics, green internet. And so to give you a holistic view of some of the concepts that we deal with in internet governance, that's the purpose of this school. And now at the end of the school, we're able to see how you can get involved with the internet governance and some of the experience of the organizations and how experience of many of us of how we got engaged with this organization. And you have seen that this doesn't happen from one day to the next. It's a journey. But you find your way if you really engage. These are the places that you should be if you want to make a big saying in how the internet develops today and in the future. You have to be engaged with some of these organizations and you really want to make a big difference, because that is how these organizations are the ones that are involved in the development of the internet that none of us know how it's going to evolve, because it depends on technologies and many things. So I think we accomplished that, and we will see the result of this going forward. If I see you in one of these organizations, then I would be very happy. Not only you, but only some of the people remotely. And we're going to have another school next year in Washington, D.C. And we try to do these schools next to an ICANN meeting just before it starts. And the reason for this being is you hear about all these concepts, you hear about these organizations, and then you can have an opportunity if to move into one of these meetings and see the multi-stakeholder in action. Okay, so you get that experience, because you learn about concepts, you learn about things that we discussed, but you go into a meeting like an ICANN and you will see this, some of these concepts being discussed more deeply, and you will see the multi-stakeholder in action. And you can talk to the board. I mean, they are available to talk to you. So I want to bring Alfredo also to wrap up the school, and I will be back to say bye.
Thank you, Eduardo. And I just wanted to intervene to mention that the North American School of Internet Governance might be, for some of you that have participated, especially those that are remote, our philosophy is that we want to teach those newcomers, those that really don't know or don't understand what the internet governance is about. And we want to be sort of the stepping stone, initiate the path so that you can then sort of explore the different actors in the internet governance ecosystem. So I'm great. I feel great to see people interested in learning more about internet governance. I'm also grateful for all of you that have been communicating with us. Please subscribe to the different mailing lists in all these organizations that you feel that you can learn a little bit more about. Reach out to the experts in the different organizations, to Nancy, which is in Costa Rica, to Eduardo, to Pablo, to myself. And by the way, I don't know if you've been aware that even though Puerto Rico is a small island, right now in this room, there are 3 ICANN people that have been in chairing positions within ICANN. Eduardo, well, actually 4. Pablo, Dr. Pablo Rodriguez, Abiel Rua, and myself. So even though we're a small island, we are really invested in contributing to advance and have the internet evolve and policies and protocols meet the end users reason to be of all these organizations, which is to make internet accessible, free, and at a cost that we can all pay, and interoperable, of course, that we can transparently access the internet, no matter what tools we use. So I'm going to give the mic back to Eduardo so that he can close this school. And again, I hope to see some of you in Washington, D.C. next year in the summer. And in 2024, remember that it's going to be held here in San Juan, Puerto Rico in the month of March, if I recall correctly. Eduardo?
And before we leave, we always have to thank our sponsors, because without them, we will not have this school, especially the EDP University that provided these facilities. You know, and they're excellent for this type of school. By the way, the EDP University is one of the large structures of NARRALO. They are a member of NARRALO since more than a year now. And also .PR, who was very instrumental in getting Steve Crocker here in Puerto Rico. So thank you so much. I think that was a very kind of you bringing him here in Puerto Rico and get to, especially having Steve going to school and talk to kids. I think that's very motivational for them. So, and then the virtual school, which is Alfredo and Glenn, I encourage you that if you like to learn more about internet governance, to join the virtual school. Is free, and it goes in is in a deep dive in other concepts, and is you do it in 11 weeks, and if you do all of them, you get at the end a certificate of completion. So we have also the Internet Society of Puerto Rico, obviously, that's helped us in support us in doing this. And also our friends from .org, the public interest register, they always support the school and they would support the schools going forward. And they do this with other schools around the world. The American Registry of Internet Numbers, also, they provide their help us, they support this. Obviously, ICANN, our alma mater, for many years now. And the Internet Foundation that, as Nasi mentioned, that they provide money for projects. If you're a member of Internet Society or a chapter, you can, and you have a project that you want to do, the Internet Foundation will provide that money if you convince them to give you that money for that project. And the Institute of Computer Engineers, which I'm a member also, they also supported this. HEADS, it's the Hispanic Education and Technology Service. Her director is Yuval, which is not here now, but they, like I mentioned before, they are organizations that it's a group of groups, many universities here in Puerto Rico, United States, and Latin America, and they do this through that organization. And our friends from Ferraioli, which is a law firm here, they are always with us and provide support to our chapter also in other legals and accounting things. So with that in mind, I want to thank all the people that participated here. And you're going to receive a survey on the mail. Please fill it up. For us, it's very important to know what we did right, what we did not do, what didn't do that good, so we can continue to improve the school and make sure that we bring these things that you need in the way that you need them. And if there are not any other, I probably forget something, but since you don't know what I'm forgetting, you will never know. So, so with this in mind, I declare this year's North American School of Internet Governance closed, and a great applause for our production team that made this Zoom to look so good. So good. Thank you so much.